And we are live. Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock, Week 6 edition. How quickly is this NFL season moving forward? We are here, and we are about to be here for 4 straight hours. I'm starting right now, 9 a.m. We've got a kickoff in 30 minutes, and I'm going to talk about that for the rest of the show. I'm Josh Engelman, by the way. Follow me on Twitter at Josh Engelman. But it's not just this. Greg will be here at 9:30, take you up to 10 o'clock. You'll get Loughy, you'll get Ben breaking down every single individual game over the course of the following hour and a half. And then Eric and Spags will close it out and take it all the way to lock. 9 a.m. till 1 p.m., 4 straight hours of coverage. Where else would you want to be if you're playing DFS today? This is the spot to be. So hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Follow everybody you end up seeing on this show on Twitter. Good morning, y'all. We got football today. Broncos, Jets, straight out of Tottenham. Jets, awful. Broncos, big win last week. Letdown game? Jets get on the board? What are we going to get here today? It's a weird one. Wouldn't feel as weird if it were in the United States, but for some strange reason, the Jets being awful and the Broncos winning the way they did last week makes me feel weird about this one. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Especially with roster construction, the salary structure for today, 9,400, 9,800, 10K, 10-2, 10-6, 10-8. 6 guys within $1,400 at the top. That's interesting. Let's look into it. I ran a set of sims before we got started. These are going to be on DraftKings. I promise you. We'll take a look at FanDuel as well. But if we want to look at the captain spot for today, before we get to this 9:30 start, because you guys have 27 minutes and change to get these lineups in. One thing immediately stands out after my first run of sims. This is captains only on the screen. I believe you guys can see that right now. I'll make it a little bit bigger just in case. However, I think we want to talk about this one. 8% ownership in the pool, 23% exposure at the captain spot. J.K. Dobbins is standing out, at least in our data right now, as the clear top captain option relative to ownership. Because Bo Nix is the guy that's getting the most ownership at captain. Breece Hall, second. And then Justin Fields is slotting in third. But Dobbins at 8%, we got 23%. More than 2xing the field on Dobbins in the captain spot, which, you know, if it is Dobbins, probably not a great day for the Jets if this ends up being a Dobbins day. And I think that makes a ton of sense. But he is standing out in a very, very big way because we're neutral on Breece Hall. I don't have much to say there. We are a little light on Bo Nix, which, you know, if you're going to be heavy on Dobbins in the captain spot, you're probably lighter on Nix. Neutral for Fields. A little bit of a stand on Jets D, which if they're going to be awful, maybe their path to a victory finally is just luck boxing a defensive touchdown. So I could see that path as well. But I love the idea of Dobbins here, given the way that our data looks. And then at the flex, it's not much different. We're still over on Dobbins. So he is very clearly the big stand. Whether it's flex or captain on DraftKings, we are getting to Dobbins. Essentially neutral on Fields and Breece Hall. I mean, slightly over the field, but nothing crazy. The biggest stand that we see, and I'm going to scroll up so you guys can see it at the top of the screen, 14% pool ownership at the flex for the New York Jets defense. We got 33%. That's the biggest stand we have at the flex. If we're looking for leverage in the flex spot today, a 3K Jets D is like 2.5x our sim results. But to have somebody that much higher than everybody means we're probably getting away from someone somewhere. And the biggest guy we're getting away from today is Marvin Mims. Now, I don't mind that all that much. That trickles down in a way that I think makes some sense. If we're heavier on Dobbins at the captain spot, I'm okay with being lighter on Mims in the flex. If I were heavier on Bo Nix at captain, then I would probably want more Mims in the flex spot. But if I'm going heavier to the running side, then I don't need extra wideouts. Now, it is a little nerve-wracking that we're also a little lighter on Courtland Sutton. That's okay. The third guy in that group, because 3 guys separated in negative leverage, Garrett Wilson is that third guy. But I want to know what it looks like in the single lineup sim. Let's see if we can build one here. What can we build with Dobbins in the captain spot that we think looks pretty darn good? So Dobbins goes in. I'm going to make that 1 notch smaller. Okay, perfect. So if we want value, I don't think we need to go down to that $200 or $600 range. Marvin Mims is the number one like non-fake value option, which I don't like, given that he didn't show up there before. I kind of like Breece Hall here as well, but he's gonna need to break one. But he's slightly less owned than Bo Nix at a much cheaper salary. You know what would be a very interesting build here? RJ Harvey goes in as well. We know that we want to get Jets D based on what we saw before. So let's just see what fills out here. Dobbins, Harvey, Jets. I'm going to hit complete this lineup. It's going to give us the optimal plays. We've got 9,500 left per spot. Makes me think we're going to get like 2 pay-ups and a pay-down. We got Fields, we got Nix, and we got Troy Franklin. So 4-2 Broncos, $100 left on the table. Let's see what this looks like. Einsteinium, absolutely. Breece can absolutely get there with some catches. -10. Yuck. What is the optimal if I just put Dobbins in the captain spot? Nix, Hall, McLaughlin, Fields, RJ Harvey, $100 left on the table. But pay down to the $200 McLaughlin gets us to 46.5% sim ROI. Is that the best option there, though? It appears to be. Yeah. It appears to be. Now, I don't love that, if I'm being honest. Can I do anything if I take out Harvey and McLaughlin? I don't think I'm going to be able to. 4,700. It's just going to leave me in a weird spot. Because if I take Mims, for example, the best I can do is Pat Bryant at that point. I think this is going to be too much ownership, not enough fantasy points here. Yeah, 30. Not surprised. Interesting structure, though. If I sneak the Jets D in, what does that complete with? Adam Troutman? I can't imagine this looks good, but the low ownership there could save us. Yeah, -0.2. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So, chat, it's now that time. There are 500 of you here right now. We've got 21 minutes to go until we lock this game. Who do you guys want to see at captain? Let's start dropping it in here now. We just built out a few Dobbins lineups. What do you guys want to see right now on DraftKings? Hit me with some captain choices. And obviously, if your answer is like Bo Nix, we kind of know what that's going to be. All right. Travis says Jets 4-2. Einsteinium says Troy Franklin. Anthony says Troy Franklin. Hall, Lutz, Fields, Mims, Broncos, Sutton. There's another Franklin. Let's check Franklin. All right, Troy Franklin goes in. 7K. We're going to want to get to Bo Nix at that point. I think there's probably something else to be found here. So if we got Nix, we've got Franklin. Kind of want to look at Mims there, but how bad is the value on Broncos D today? Very bad. Just out of curiosity, what if I do get Troutman? What completes that lineup? Hall, Fields, Harvey. 2,300 left on the table. That's not going to be it, but I think we have a path here. Let's get the spam bots out. Yeah, I knew this one was going to be atrocious, but now I think we actually have a true path here. So if we take RJ Harvey out and Troutman out, it ends up being Harvey Mims, actually. This is probably going to look okay. Yeah, 30% sim ROI, 33% cash rate. I don't hate that. It's tough to find like a gap in ownership. Honestly, I kind of think Nick Folk needs to be in there. Folk, Fields, Mims, 300 on the table. That's probably still too much ownership. Oh, 58.5% sim ROI. Franklin captain, Nix, Hall, Fields, Mims, Folk. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I would like to make this better, but I'm not entirely sure I can. Like, is that enough of an ownership savings by going to Dobbins and eating $700? Sure isn't. Sure isn't. You FanDuel crazies want to see something? We could let's run a FanDuel contest and see what's going on over there on the blue site. So we're going to go to the contest generator. We're going to go to FanDuel. And we're going to generate a contest for today. Let's get that running right now. While you're here, everybody, don't forget, if you want to sign up at Stokastic, we make it very easy to do so. Links are in the description. I mean, you could obviously just sign up directly. We've got everything you're looking for. All access packages, which cover every sport that's going on. If you just want NFL, that's available. NBA is going to be here in 9 days, folks. If you want that package, I highly recommend signing up for our NBA stuff. We've got MMA, PGA, NASCAR, hockey's here, everything you could want. But if you do want to sign up, go ahead and click the link in the description and sign up through one of our partners. That's the way to do this one, folks. I promise you. I promise you. You want to get a month of Sims for no cost? You can do that by signing up through one of the partners. Maybe it's a pick'em site. Maybe it's Underdog or Sleeper or Better. Maybe it's a Sportsbook. Maybe it's Bet365 or Onyx Odds or Caesars. You sign up through one of those by clicking the link in the description. You're going to get a month of our Sims. You're going to get something from them. You're not going to pay us a cent. Totally free. And you can stack these up. Maybe you find 5 offers you want. You sign up for all 5 of those offers through our partners. You're going to get 5 months of the Sims for no cost. There's not a better deal out there right now, folks. I'm telling you. Trust me. I know what I'm saying. FanDuel Sims. If you're playing the single lineup contest on FanDuel today, here's what we've got in the Sims on the blue site. The most owned person at captain is actually Bo Nix on FanDuel. No surprise. $18,900 salary. We are pretty significantly under the field, though. We only got to 16%. He's going to be the biggest negative leverage option. Dobbins is once again very positive on the FanDuel side. He's 14,700 in the captain, so that stands out. We did get to Fields a little bit more than the public ownership. And those are really the only three swing pieces. We didn't take a stand on anybody that's super low owned. We didn't fade anybody else that's pulling any real ownership in the MVP spot on FanDuel. It's just a little bit more Fields, a little bit more Dobbins, a little bit less Bo Nix. But what do those choices mean when it comes to looking at the flex? Because we're neutral on Fields, we're neutral on Nix, we're neutral on Breece Hall, we're neutral on J.K. Dobbins. Where is the leverage being found? Well, the positive leverage is being found with the Jets. 3 of the 4 biggest positive leverage options that we're finding on FanDuel are the Jets. It's Nick Folk, it's the Jets D, and it's Mason Taylor, whose name I've seen quite a bit in chat. All 3 of those Jets are close to 10% positive leverage or higher. We're almost 2xing Nick Folk. We are 2xing Jets D. We're 10% heavy on Mason Taylor. The only other heavy positive leverage we have on FanDuel is going to be Will Lutz. So it seems like, at least on FanDuel, kickers are underrepresented and the Jets D is underrepresented. Now, negative leverage flex plays, slightly different story. We're pretty light on Garrett Wilson. That's really not a name we've said, or I've said, over the course of the first 16 minutes we've been here. Evan Ingram, a little light, -10. Cortland Sutton, a little light, -10. So at least on the FanDuel side, it's pointing us in a direction that isn't pass catching. That's 3 wide receivers that we're light on. The biggest stands we're taking are kicker, defense. From the salaries and the projections we have today, FanDuel appears to be leaning you towards a non-pass catching build, at least for what our data has. How do you guys feel about that? What do you guys feel about leaning on kickers, defense, and the run game in this lovely Jets game? I feel so bad for the people filling out Tottenham's football stadium because they suck. Like they lose permanently. I mean, the Jets are sort of like Tottenham. Tottenham plays in London. They're definitely not the team people like the most in London. The Jets play in New York, sort of like America's London. No one gives a shit about the Jets because the Giants play there. Interesting balance here. It's a perfect opportunity for the Jets to fail once again in the same stadium that Tottenham fails in week after week after week. Let's single lineup sim some FanDuel builds here, folks. Give me the captain you guys want to see. And if you're a FanDuel specific player, let me know that too. Because I don't want to trust all these DraftKings people shouting out, guys, sending everybody off the scent. What do you got for me, chat? Mason Taylor, FanDuel from T2. Okay. I'm not confident we're going to build a great one if we do that, but we can certainly try. Derek, shout out from Eastern North Carolina. Well, Eastern Carolina, I guess you could have meant South, but I'm going to assume you mean mine. Appreciate having you, man. Who do I want to pick here on the FanDuel side at the MVP spot? JD93. Folk. Kicker captain. Let's do it, man. Let's get weird. If we put him in right out of the gate, I'm just going to click complete this lineup. We'll see what the optimal ends up being. It's Bo Nix. It's Breece Hall. It's Mason Taylor. I really hate that person's name so much. This will never not drive me crazy. If you watched Billions, I imagine you want to say Taylor Mason the same way I do. I don't like this. Will Lutz goes in. Justin Fields goes in. With Nick Folk in the MVP spot on FanDuel, we actually... The 5 optimal plays that go into that lineup still leaves 1,000 on the table. I'm curious to see what this looks like. Because if we can't get Nick Folk like this, maybe we don't get him at all. 41.5% sim ROI. Let's go. 0.3% chance to win. 37% cash rate. The Jets have the most loyal fan base, regardless of wins. I guess. I guess. Stephen Burrell says, Pat Bryant, 50% of snaps last week, deep threat, captain his ass. I'm not confident Pat Bryant MVP spot lineup is going to show up here with a lot of goods, but Pat Bryant, Bo Nix, Breece Hall, Will Lutz, J.K. Dobbins, Justin Fields, 2,300 left on the table. Stephen Burrell, let's see what you've got. Negative 41% sim ROI. Stephen Burrell, time to go back to the drawing board. That one ain't it. That one ain't it. All right, Anthony just hit us with the super chat. Let's get this one. Taking us back to the DK side. Anthony, I could absolutely do that for you. Let's see what we've got. Nix, Ingram, Fields, Troy Franklin, RJ Harvey. Wait, Broncos D. Got it. I was like, I know I'm missing something. Just seeing the word Broncos there. Anthony also said, if you can fix it, or fix it if it's bad, basically. We'll work on it if it's bad. I'm not confident in this one, but we'll see. Well, it's neither good nor bad. You've built the neutral lineup. 0.3% sim ROI, 19.8% cash rate. I mean, it's better than being bad, I guess. Decent start. We can figure this one out. So it's a 5-1 Broncos. Harvey feels like the first guy that you need to look at just because he's sort of disproportionately owned for the rest of this. And I think if we take off some of his ownership, we might be able to find... See, here's the problem. You guys could probably see it here. If we just look at it from a projection standpoint, with $4,600 left, he has the highest projection, mildly the highest ownership. If I tried to drop to Mims here, I'd be giving up too many fantasy points for just a 2.5% ownership drop. So in order to take Harvey out of this, I almost have to go somewhere else. Like, in a weird way, Jets D probably looks better in this spot than if I went to Mims, who's projected for more. Yeah, like negative 50. There's just a giant gap there in salary, and there's not a guy that fills it in that spot. So maybe it's not Harvey. But like if I take Fields out, there's a case to be made that it's Breece Hall here. If Breece Hall comes out, can I swap out Harvey? See, now it's still Harvey, but it does unlock Taylor Mason. Basically the same projection, slightly lower ownership. Let's see what this looks like now. Slight tweak. Negative 20. All right, Anthony, here's the deal. I can't make it better. I think 0.3% sim ROI is the ceiling on that one. All right, Anthony said Ingram out for Mims and upgrade Harvey. So that goes back to Fields. Ingram comes out for Mims. And then it gives us, Knicks, Broncos, Ingram comes out, Fields, Troy Franklin, RJ Harvey. So Mims is there. Let's see what it looks like. Knicks, Broncos, Ingram comes out, Fields, Troy Franklin, RJ. So that's just Mims. Can it be Mason Taylor? We got 5 minutes to go, guys. If you don't have your... It's negative 20 with Mason Taylor, too. Not great. If you don't have your lineups in yet, you guys should probably do that right now. The countdown is on 5 minutes to go until we get to the lock of this lovely Broncos-Jets game. I kind of just want to stop this show right now and bet the Jets. They're going to win this game today. It just seems so obvious. I mean, everybody's probably screaming that from the rooftops too. Broncos letdown game. Jets suck. They're gonna win. They're gonna win this game outright. I'm telling you right now. Book it. Book it. Mims captain Dobbins Hall. Might be able to get one more in here. I can almost guarantee Mims captain's not going to look good, but Mims captain Dobbins Hall, complete this lineup, gives us Nix, Fields, Harvey. The more that I'm clicking these buttons and building out these lineups, 35% there. Not bad. Tiffany, good work. The more that I build these lineups for this slate, and the more that I see that there's not these little sections where there like is a pivot, it seems like we're getting the same stuff over and over again, just shuffling deck chairs. This really feels like one of those days where it's a $200 guy, a $600 guy, a guy who scores a touchdown, and even all of us that watch football are like, who the hell just scored that touchdown? Like, if you could roster like a tackle eligible today, that feels like it's the guy that ends up having the most fantasy points to be the sixth dude in a lineup. Just the way that these salaries are built, where the projections are sitting right now, it feels like we're going to get a $200 or $600 moron in one of these lineups, and everybody's just going to be irritated. That's my thought process right now. Who that ends up being, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, if we're talking about guys at the bottom, McLaughlin, Nate Adkins, I thought he was a diet if you're low carb. Pat Bryant, Tyler J. I mean, these are all just, I feel like I'm reading off depth charts from April basketball games. These are all made up dudes. One of those idiots is going to score a touchdown today and be in the optimal lineup for the 9:30 games. 2.5 minutes. Friend of the program, Greg Ehrenberg, is mildly here, slowly but surely walking back into his office. He's going to take over for me, start building out some lineups, and lead you guys up to 10 o'clock, where Loughy and Ben are just going to go absolutely crazy, breaking down every single game. If you guys don't know what you want to do by the time those guys are done, you are never going to succeed today in the first place, because they're going to give you guys the goods. And as you can see on the screen right now, sign up through one of our partners now. Sign up through nothing, because there's nothing on the screen any longer. It's just me. Honestly, this is probably the best way this show can go. Sign up through the partners, get a month of Sims, no cost to you, and get a little bit of a bonus for whoever you sign up through. That's going to do it for me, folks. Please go enjoy this lovely Broncos-Jets football game. But remember what I told you. The New York Jets are going to win this thing.
What is up, everybody? And Showdown slate, it's locking right about now. So now it's time to talk about tonight's main slate. So do me a favor, if you're watching here just coming in, or if you were watching Josh and haven't done yet, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. What we are going to be doing here is we're going to be looking at all of the initial projections that we have in the morning here over at Stokastic. I'll give you guys player projections, ownership projections, and then we'll build out some lineups. We're going to do that for the next 30 minutes or so. If you guys have any questions for me at all, if you're a Stokastic sub, tag me in Discord. If you want me to build a lineup that either you already have for yourself, or if there's a certain stack you want me to look at, tag me in Discord. I'll be looking out for those messages. Or if you have a super chat for me, I will also plug in any kind of your guys' lineups you've already built that you want me to check out. And this actually looks like this is one from the Showdown from Anthony Masilli. But yeah, if you guys have anything else you want me to check out, just throw that there into the super chats, and I could certainly be on the lookout for any of those. Other than that, interesting slate. One thing that I want to talk about right at the top here is over the course of the week and last week, I have numerous times shit on Ladd McConkey and say that I do not have interest in playing him in DFS. Things have changed since then. Quentin Johnston is not expected to play today, so I want to make sure that I amend that because I'm going to be very invested in Ladd McConkey today. Going to be playing him a lot in DFS. I posted bets on him last night. If you guys are over on Tails, either on the app or if you go over to tails.bet last night, I posted props on Ladd McConkey. I posted props on Keenan Allen as soon as the news was coming out that it looked like Quentin Johnston might not play. So head on over to Tails if you want to get some of that information before the lines move, because some of those numbers like Ladd McConkey, I bet last night over 4.5 reception, minus 125. I think it's like minus 250 now. So make sure that you guys turn on notifications if you're using the Tails app as well, so you get that information pushed to your phone before any of those lines move. But let's start looking at some of the fantasy point projections here and how some of the players are rating out. And at quarterback, you'll see it's pretty spread out. We don't have any of the super high-end quarterbacks who are projecting for like 24, 25 fantasy points on the slate or anything like that. So we've got just two quarterbacks, Baker Mayfield and Drake May, projected for over 20 fantasy points. And, neither of them super expensive. $6,600 price tag on Baker Mayfield, $5,900 price tag on Drake May. As far as ownership goes at the quarterback position, also pretty spread out. Drake May 12% owned, Trevor Lawrence 11% owned, Mayfield's 9% owned, Herbert's 8% owned. In a funny way, I actually think this kind of makes for a better situation for Justin Herbert with Quentin Johnston being out. Not because he has better weapons to throw to, but just because now in the event that Justin Herbert has a big game, it's so much clearer who the stacking partners are with him. Right? We just know that there's such a better likelihood of Keenan Allen and Ladd McConkey having a big game in the absence of Quentin Johnston, because in some of these previous games, it's been such a split workload between the three. Quentin Johnston has been the best, then Keenan Allen, then Ladd McConkey. But if you watch the show that Loughy and I did on Wednesday, we were looking at all the wide receiver projections, and there was maybe like 0.2 of a fantasy point separating Allen, McConkey, and Quentin Johnston. Now that we're taking one of these guys out of the mix, in the event that Justin Herbert has a big game, it's so much easier to get that stack to work, because before, not only did you need a big game from Herbert, but you also had to figure out who to roster between McConkey, Allen, and Johnston. They've taken care of that for us. Now it's just Allen and McConkey that we'd want to look at as far as wide receivers go. So I think this makes Justin Herbert and Charger stacks a little bit better to get to than they did before, even if maybe the projection itself is slightly lower for Quentin Johnston or for Justin Herbert in the absence of Quentin Johnston. At running back, leading the way, it's Christian McCaffrey, which just rinse and repeat. This is going to be the case pretty much every Christian McCaffrey slate that he's on until maybe the 49ers get healthier or he gets hurt or something changes his workload, because right now we're getting 20 to 30 touches every single game out of Christian McCaffrey. He gets a ton of looks on the goal line as well. So he rightfully projects way higher than every other running back on every slate. So Christian McCaffrey, he's at 24 fantasy points. We got 22 fantasy points for Josh Jacobs and Jonathan Taylor, then just under 20 fantasy points to Devon Achane and Javonte Williams. This isn't something that is a massive difference for Javonte Williams, but Miles Sanders being out, this is going to just solidify the workload a little bit more of Javonte Williams, because there were times where we would see Miles Sanders spell him, or you'd see Sanders come in when they were in the red zone or something like that. Those concerns seem to be gone now that we have Miles Sanders injured and out for the season. Ownership at the running back position, we've got, 5 chalky running backs project for 25 to 30% ownership. It's McCaffrey, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, Josh Jacobs, and Rachaad White. As far as the value at the running back position, it's a lot of those same guys that we just mentioned there. Dowdle, White, Jacobs, Javonte Williams, they are all projected to be the highest points per dollar plays in our projections at the running back position. At wide receiver now, what do we got at wide receiver? We got 2 wideouts north of 20 fantasy points. No surprise, one of them is Puka Nacua. This Ravens defense, not only has it not been great this year, but each week progressively, they get more and more injured. And on top of it as well, it's not just the defense. It's hurt. Obviously, Lamar Jackson banged up and hurt as well for the Ravens. Seems like he could be returning week 7, although that's still a little bit unclear at the moment. But anyway, Puka Nacua has already been the best fantasy wide receiver in football. Now he's drawing a good matchup, and his floor is incredibly high because of how often he gets targeted by Stafford. So Nacua, he's at the top of the wide receiver projections, followed by JSN. And then there's a pretty big drop-off because we go from 23 fantasy points to Puka to 20.5 for JSN, and then it's 17.5 for Emeka Egbuka, or as Rob Gronkowski called him last week, Emeka Egbigbu. So you got Egbuka here, no Chris Godwin, no Mike Evans. So this is going to mean even more work for the current tied frontrunner. We got Egbuka as well as Jackson Dart tied to an offensive rookie of the year. He is already in just a few games solidified himself as one of the better wide receivers in the NFL. So when you consider no Godwin and no Mike Evans, 17.5 fantasy point projection here for him, 3rd highest on the slate. George Pickens, the only other wideout projected north of 17 fantasy points. Ownership at wide receiver, we have Nacua 31% owned, JSN is 25% owned, and then Ladd McConkey, who's looking like a pretty good value option for all the reasons we mentioned before. No Quentin Johnston, he's $5,700. He's projected for 19% ownership. I will be overweight to the field on McConkey today. We've got Egbuka, Stephon Diggs, who's also been breaking out as of late. Back-to-back 100-yard games. Looked like it took him a little bit of time to fully recover from the ACL injury as well as acclimate himself to New England, but it looks like Stephon Diggs is back to being a number 1 wide receiver, and then Keenan Allen as well here for all the same reasons as Ladd McConkey. Value at the wide receiver position, we've got Keenan Allen, Ladd McConkey 1-2, then JSN, Chris Olave, Stephon Diggs. It's nobody who's super, super cheap at the wide receiver position that's projecting as a good value, but more so these mid-range guys who are benefiting from teammates being out, or just guys who get massive workloads, or somebody who is like a Stephon Diggs who's still a little bit underpriced as he appears to see his stock rising. Chris Olave, he's just getting 10, 11 targets just about every single game. Let's see what we've got at the tight end position. At tight end, we've got Trey McBride projecting for the most fantasy points at 14.4. I honestly don't think that Kyler Murray being out is that terrible for Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison. It's not some upgrade for them either. I just kind of view it as a wash. This isn't something that completely changed our projections on the Cardinals pass catchers. Jake Ferguson for 13.92 fantasy points, Tucker Kraft just under 13, 12.5 for Tyler Warren, and then 11 and change for Hunter Henry. There's no real pronounced chalk at the tight end position. Nobody's more than 15% owned, and your top values at tight end. Boy, these bots, this is one thing that is very annoying about these Sunday morning games. For whatever reason, the bots think that it gives them carte blanche to show up. But no, still booting you. Tight ends, value, Michael Mayer. It looks like Brock Bowers is going to be out not just for this week, but also next week and potentially beyond as well. So Mayer is pretty cheap. He is projecting as a top value tight end, as is Juwan Johnson, Tucker Kraft, Hunter Long, who is also benefiting from Strange being out for the Jaguars. So a couple of cheap tight ends, not that project massively great, 6.7 fantasy points for Hunter Long, 8.75 for Michael Mayer, but just considering the lack of cheap value at other positions, it is going to be pretty viable to plug in one of these guys into either your tight end spot or even your flex spot if you're going a double tight end lineup to save yourself some salary. Let's see what we've got for the super chats here. I think I saw one come in. Yes. Martin wants us to build out this FanDuel lineup for him. So I'm going to check that out right now and sim that out for him. He has got a Bryce Young stack with Rico Dowdle, Kyron Williams, McMillan. Okay. Let's start at quarterback where you've got Bryce Young. It'd help if I pressed create new lineup first. All right, so Bryce Young. Then we've got Rico Dowdle at running back with Kyron Williams as well. And then you stacked Bryce Young with Mick. Okay. This makes sense. Kyron, Tet McMillan. See, was there a run back here? JSN. Got Ibuka, Hunter Long, Judkins, and Miami defense. This looks reasonable to me. I don't see any real issues with it. We'll see how it sims out. Judkins doesn't project massively well for us. If this doesn't sim well, one thing that we could end up doing is just taking out Judkins and maybe seeing what we could do to improve the projection a little bit. But this might come out fine. We'll see here in a second. Yeah, so Bryce Young double stack. You got Rico Dowdle and Ted McMillan in there. Okay, negative 13.3% sim ROI. Let's just make some real quick changes here. Let's take out the Dolphins defense. Let's take out Judkins and Long. I just want to see what happens if we complete this lineup with 0% randomness. Who shows up in it? Mayer at tight end instead. We got Rachaad White added to the lineup. Okay, so this is very, very similar to the lineup you built. It's just a little bit of optimized projections. So we got Mayer in a tight end instead of Hunter Long. And yeah, 27.7% sim ROI. And then Rachaad White as opposed to Judkins in there. And that made it come out a little bit better for you there, Martin. All right, what do we got next? We've got JB Hughes, 2012. Good morning, my guy. Can you run? Boy, this is almost exactly the same as the last lineup. I assume this is a DraftKings lineup. So I'll go back to the DraftKings side of things for JB Hughes here. So let's see how a Bryce Young stack looks over on DraftKings. By the way, if you guys could do me a favor, let me know which site you're building your lineup for when you leave the super chat. If there isn't one specified, I'm going to default to assuming that you mean DraftKings, but I just want to make sure that I'm plugging it in for the right site. All right, Dowdle, Rachaad White. So far, all three guys who were in the last lineup that we built, although Rachaad White wasn't initially in that lineup, we changed it to add him. Ted McMillan, Ferguson. So you do have a run back here in Ferguson. There was not a run back in the FanDuel lineup that we built out. And then also Tyler Warren, Browns defense. And then we'll see what fits into the final two spots if we just use the optimizer. By the way, if you guys do want to use this tool for yourself, simply sign up for any of the packages we have here at Stokastic. The single lineup sims, it comes with all of our NFL packages. Sign up. You can use the link down below in the YouTube description box or our link join program. Sign up for any of our affiliate partners, Onyx being the newest one. And for each one of our affiliate partners that you guys sign up for, go through the link down below in the YouTube description box because it does have to go through that page just for tracking purposes. For each one of those partners you guys sign up for, 1 free month of NFL Core Sims access or any single sport of your choosing. So we got NBA starting in about a week and a half. So maybe you want to sign up for 2 of our affiliate partners, get yourself 1 free month of NBA, 1 free month of NFL. Take advantage of that link join. Link down below in the YouTube description box. Let's see. What do we end up getting filled in here? Puka Nacua and Stephon Diggs. All right. Let's see how this lineup comes out here. I think this one's going to sim out well for you. I think JB's lineup looks good. 20. Is that the exact same sim ROI as the last one? I think it is. Well, the lineups were similar looking, different sites. Let's see. Michael Wynn going with a Cam Ward lineup. You guys are building some contrarian looking lineups for this slate. Cam Ward, Devon Achane, Calvin Ridley, Jonathan Taylor. All right. What's Ward's ownership now? Yeah, Cam Ward projected for sub 1% ownership. Any sort of Titan stack is by default going to be contrarian. One thing that I think could end up hurting this lineup a little bit, Michael, is that you are foregoing a lot of the top overall points per dollar plays on the slate. You got some of them in here like Ladd McConkey, but I do think that you might be a little bit too contrarian. We'll see, though. Brian Thomas with McConkey. Then you've got Michael Mayer at tight end, Devontae Adams at wide receiver. Like, I do think that Devontae Adams is a pretty interesting leverage option off of Puka Nacua, but I also don't think it's totally necessary that you go to that kind of angle in a lineup that already has a sub 1% on quarterback in Cam Young and a stacking partner with him in Calvin Ridley, who's currently projected for 3% ownership. But if this sims out well, then I guess it doesn't matter. What's the next one that we have in here too? Stafford. Yeah, negative 51% sim ROI. I'm kind of curious if we just go Ward and Ridley and clear it and just optimize around these two guys. So we just do a Ward, Ridley stack. I guess we'll throw Mayer in here as well because you wanted him as a run back, and overall he projects pretty well at the tight end position anyway. So let's see. If we just do this, lock in these three guys, and then we complete this with 0% randomness around these guys, what shows up? McCaffrey, Jacobs, JSN, Keenan Allen, Rashad White. Let's run it like this. And it's still going to be, I know we added a bunch of popular players, but you have a 5% on Michael Mayer, a 3% on Calvin Ridley, and a sub 1% on Cam Ward. The rest of the lineup doesn't have to be some suboptimal projected players or lower owned players. You're already going to be really low owned here. 22 point, yeah, much better. 22.2% sim ROI. Waylon F. and Jennings wants to know how we could use the sims to build a cash lineup. Absolutely. So I actually think that number one, you don't want to sim out. This might seem a little counterintuitive. You don't actually want to sim out the cash game lineup in here because what you're doing here is you're making a simulation against the field for a GPP purpose. So what I think you should be doing instead, lock in some of the highest owned players because those are ones you absolutely are going to for sure want to have in a cash game. So I would say like Puka Nacua, Christian McCaffrey, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle. These are all guys you absolutely for sure want to have in your cash game lineup. So I would just plug in some of those highest owned guys and then with 0% randomness, just complete the lineup around those really high owned players. And this is how to go about doing it. So Trevor Lawrence, Christian McCaffrey, Javonte Williams, Puka Nacua, Keenan Allen, Chris Olave, Hunter Long, Rico Dowdle, Titans defense. That's what I would go play in cash games. I would do it just like that. And then I would just double check a little bit before lock to make sure nothing had changed in terms of, players getting rolled out, projections or anything like that, obviously. But mostly lean on just the optimize function to have the highest points per dollar projected lineup using our data as your cash game. All right, what do we got here? Sam Preston, Stafford, Jacobs, Dowdle, Nacua, Adams. All right, I love this. This is something Loughy and I had a good amount of success with a couple of weeks ago, is the Matt Stafford double stack. Stafford really only throws the ball to two guys, and he doesn't have any rushing upside. So in the event that you get a big fantasy game out of Matt Stafford, it probably means Puka Nacua and or Devontae Adams had big fantasy games. So I do like making those double stacks. So just a real clear path to success if you get a big game out of Stafford. So Jacobs, Dowdle, wide receivers, and Nacua and Adams. And you are fading CMC in there. You've also got Tolbert. All right. So at the end, if there's something that needs to be done to improve this lineup, Tolbert will be a definite choice of somebody to take out. Maybe Tez Johnson too. What do we have Tez Johnson's projection at? I guess not that bad. He's a viable value option in our data. It makes sense when you consider the injuries to the pass catchers for the Buccaneers. Tucker Kraft, definitely a serviceable cheap tight end or cheap-ish tight end for today. And then the Rams defense. All right. Let's see how this one looks. So Matt Stafford double stack. Let's run this. Let's see if there's any questions in the Discord channel. And yeah, we've got a couple in here. Matty Ice was just asking about, all right, negative 29.3% similar. Work on improving this in a second. Matty Ice wants to know about Brown stacks, Gabriel, Judkins, and Njoku. I don't think I'm going to go to Dylan Gabriel stacks today. there's enough quarterbacks who are on the cheapish end, like Trevor Lawrence, for instance, or Drake May. There's a lot of guys who project pretty well in like that 5K range that I don't really see that much upside in going all the way to going all the way down to Dylan Gabriel. He looked okay last week, but he also didn't scream that he had a lot of DFS upside. And I think they're going to be pretty cautious with how many chances they allow him to take, which I think is going to cap his upside. All right, let's see if we just build a lineup. We'll lock in Stafford, Nakua, and Adams and just complete the lineup like this. I think you might need to go a little bit cheaper than somebody like Jacobs at running back to make this really work out well, because you had too many guys who were really cheap that didn't project all that well in that lineup, which I think could have been a little bit problematic. We still got Jacobs in this lineup. All right, so it ended up being not too far removed from the lineup you built, but we did get to Flournoy in the lineup instead of Tolbert, Jacobs, Rashad White, Juwan Johnson, Rico Dowdle, and the Dolphins defense showed up in here. All right, let's see how this looks with a couple of those swaps. The core of the lineup is still the same for Sean. We made some little adjustments. Much better, 36.7% sim ROI. So there's some few players still got a cheap pass catcher from the Cowboys, but went to Flournoy instead of Tolbert. And then we went to Juwan Johnson instead of Tucker Kraft to save a little bit of salary there at tight end. And just, a few players that we switched out and that changed that lineup from a negative 20% sim ROI to positive 36%. What's next here? Devon, Darnold, Jacobs, ETN, JSN, Dobbs, Horton, Kraft, Waddle, Packers. All right. Let's see this one. Darnold at QB. Darnold's another cheap quarterback at $5,400 that I like. It's also helpful that JSN is a very obvious stacking partner for Darnold. It seems pretty impossible to me that Darnold would have a big game and JSN wouldn't be involved in some sort of way. So I do think that's a pretty reasonable stack. ETN at $5,900 at running back. He's in play, but there's definitely a lot of other running backs who are projecting quite a bit better than him around that price range that I think could drag down the expected output of this lineup. Same with Romeo Dobbs. Like, Dobbs isn't priced that much differently than Keenan Allen and Ladd McConkey. Horton also, this lineup is, I'm going to tell you right now, this lineup will not sim out well. We'll finish building it because there's too many guys in here, like Horton, for instance, who just don't project all that well for us. We'll see what the sim ROI is like, and then we will run it, and we'll make a couple of adjustments to it to make it better. But it's probably going to be a Darnold single stack as opposed to being Darnold with Horton and, did I miss somebody? Oh, Waddle. No, I already put Waddle in. All right, so JSN. Oh, I didn't put JSN. All right, I'm a goofball. JSN. Now we're good. All right, while this is simming, also want to show you guys a way that you could get yourself a free subscription to the Stokastic Sims. Negative 41.4% sim ROI. But yeah, I thought there was a pretty good chance that one wasn't going to come out well. We'll adjust it in a second. But if you guys head over to Tails, go to tails.bet or download the Tails app, search for me, or if you're already there and you're already following me, even easier. But pull me up here, and I have pinned to my profile from earlier in the week. I showed my top 5 sim ROI lineups for DraftKings and FanDuel. Like this post. Just hit this like emoji right here, and you are going to be entered into a giveaway to win a free Stokastic weekly sim subscription. So head on over to Tails, like this post, and then tomorrow morning on the NFL Showdown Strategy Show that I'm doing with Loughy, we're going to announce a winner of this giveaway. Simply go over here, like this post, give yourself a chance to win a free subscription. Also, Loughy and I have a single entry lineup that we built together. If you guys go over to Loughy's page, and if you like the post that he has pinned to his profile, if that lineup ends up winning today, coming in first place in the SPY, we're giving away $1,000 to one person who likes that post. So no reason to not take advantage of a chance to win some free money, and also just check out some of the things that Loughy and I are building around. All right, so let's update this lineup. If we lock in Darnold and JSN, and now clear it out. I just want to see what happens if we just go Darnold, JSN, and we optimize around these two guys, what shows up in that lineup? What shows up then? Still a lot of the same guys. Still have Jacobs here. We have Keenan Allen instead. We've got Olave. All right, let's just run this single stack. Darnold to JSN. Because that other lineup you had, Devon, it just didn't come out well enough. Yeah, 71.9% sim ROI. There's good ways to make Darnold to JSN stacks. Jacobs, Rashad White. And I know this is a pretty chalky lineup. You can make some adjustments. Like if you wanted to, you could still go, ETN instead of Rashad White, and that'll still end up simming positively. But you have to take out some of those guys like Horton, or at least not include so many of the guys who aren't projecting all that well. What's the next one here? No Chalk Donkey. He's got a Justin Herbert lineup. I am so happy that somebody put a Justin Herbert lineup in here, because I also really like these Herbert double stacks, and I wanted to build one for myself on the show here. But you guys have left a bunch of super chats, so I wanted to make sure I got to all of your lineups. So let's go to Keenan Allen, Ladd McConkey. And then I'm going to go into Discord and build out the lineups that you guys had posted for me in there. Want to make sure I don't miss out on those. Genty. I assume this is Kyron Williams when he put K-Will. Puka Nacua. Tucker Kraft. And then who else? Who else is in this? We've got another one with Tez Johnson. And then finally the Browns defense to fill this out for us. I think this is going to come out looking pretty well. One thing we might have to do is... I think it'll be good. I don't think we'll have to do anything. Yeah, it's fine. 3.2% sim ROI. So we got a positive lineup there. If you want to make it a little bit better, you could switch out Genty or Kyron Williams to one of the slightly better projected value running backs. I'd be more inclined to want to take Kyron Williams out, just because you do have a little bit of negative correlation with Puka Nacua and Kyron Williams in here. So if you took Kyron Williams out and made it like Rashad White, that would probably add like 15-20% sim ROI. All right, what do we have from chat? We've got Hypnotoad. Are there any sneaky stacks that you'd like to try for a single entry on FanDuel today? Let's see. So for a sneaky stack, probably Darnold. Darnold is 5% owned over on FanDuel at $7,400. Probably something pretty similar to the Darnold lineup we just built out on DraftKings, a Darnold single stack, Darnold to JSN. Not exactly sneaky, but I do really like Herbert double stacks over on FanDuel. Herbert is 8% owned, so sort of modest. I don't know necessarily how sneaky Herbert will be individual, or how I certainly don't think that Keenan Allen, Ladd McConkey are going to be sneaky by any means. But I think that combination of the double stack over on FanDuel with Herbert being modestly owned, I do think that is an overall lineup construction that I really like for single entry. And I think that individual construction won't be massively popular. By the way, I'm getting a ton of questions right now. If you guys could do me a favor, hold off on the super chats, just because I have to turn this over to Ben and Loughy soon. And I want to make sure I get to as many of your guys' questions as I can before I have to turn this over. But Bando has a lineup for me in Discord here. It is a Jacoby Brissett lineup. Okay, we've got Jacoby Brissett with Rico Dowdle, Derrick Henry. All right, I guarantee you right now this lineup is not going to come out well. Yeah, you've got Brissett stacked with Marvin Harrison. Bando, go back to the drawing board. I don't even want to finish filling out your lineup here, just because I'll read it out. He's got Brissett, Dowdle, Derrick Henry, Ibuka, Marvin Harrison, Puka Nacua, Josh Downs, and then the Dolphins defense. Yeah, there's just not enough players that project well in there. Try to get a little bit more of the chalk in there. You've already got a Jacoby Brissett lineup stacked with Marvin Harrison. You're pretty contrarian there. You don't need Derrick Henry also to pay up to be contrarian. Let's see. We've got a super chat here from JB Hughes. He wants us to build out another Justin Herbert lineup. So, yeah, I'll plug this one in. Justin Herbert. And you've got Javonte Williams with Rico Dowdle. Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle. And then you've got the double stack, Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen. I love it. If Ladd McConkey is a big game today, and there's people who read none of my posts from today and just watched the shows that I did earlier in the week, they're going to be very upset with me, especially if I do well with McConkey lineups, because I very much did not like McConkey earlier in the week. But things change. Jalen Waddle. Oh, I didn't plug Javonte Williams in. And then at tight end, you have Jake Ferguson and Kyron Williams at running back. I do think it makes a ton of sense to have Kyron Williams in lineups that do not contain Puka Nacua. That's very sensible. You just hope that Kyron's the one who ends up scoring the touchdowns, which you would figure there's going to be plenty of touchdowns today for the Rams against the Ravens. You would think. Stranger things have happened, though. This one's going to come out well. While this is simming, Steve McGee wants to know any interest in Flacco today. No, not really. I think it's pretty unnecessary to get to Joe Flacco. 69.2% sim ROI for that one. Nice. All right, we've got two more lineups from Discord that I'm going to plug in, and then I'm going to hand this over to Loughy and Ben. If you guys haven't done yet, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you want more bets and information from myself and all the other guys here, head on over to tails.bet or download the Tails app. I'm also going to be posting some content for Sunday Night Football tonight. I'll be on Live Before Lock with EMAC, but I'll also post some data from the Sims for the showdown slate tonight for you guys over on Tails as well. So that'll be something else for you guys to check out. All right, two more lineups, and then we're going to end this deal and turn it over. Capanacella wants to know another Herbert lineup. All right. I asked for, or I was excited when one person sent in a Herbert lineup, and now everybody's sending in the Herbert lineups. Herbert with Michael Carter and Rico Dowdle. All right. Haven't seen somebody plug Michael Carter into a lineup. I do think he's a very sensible contrarian running back option. And you have to think DeMarcado is not going to be in the coach's favor this week. Not that he was playing some massive workload last week, but he is certainly not going to be in the coach's favor this week. Allen. So you've got Keenan Allen. Did you have Ladd McConkey too, or just Allen? Just Allen. Buka. We've got Flournoy. Ferguson. Oh, you do have McConkey. Maybe. You said MCC. Did you mean Christian McCaffrey or Ladd McConkey? I think it means Christian McCaffrey, actually. And then Dolphins defense. Yeah, I think you misspelled CMC. It's okay. It's a tough one. It trips up all of us. CMC. C, then M, then C. All right, one last lineup after this. All right, not bad. 9.9% sim ROI. If you added McConkey in here, I would say take out McCaffrey and put in McConkey instead of Flournoy, and then just run the optimizer around that. And I think you'll end up with a better sim ROI. Now, finally. Never mind. This was not a lineup. This was just a general question here from Snips. He wants to know, how do I feel about Judkins? Low owned and has to be a big part of that offense. Yeah, I wouldn't play Judkins in a lineup that is already contrarian. So if you've got some lineup where it's like you've got Bryce Young at quarterback, or you've got a lineup where you've got, I'm trying to think who are some of the other really contrarian quarterbacks people threw into lineups. We had Cam Ward, somebody put in at sub 1%. If you have an otherwise chalky lineup, cool. Include Judkins in that to diversify it. Don't throw Judkins into a lineup where you already have a 1 or a 2% owned quarterback. Then you're kind of overkilling it with the contrarianness of the lineup. But otherwise, yeah, I think that he's one of the better contrarian options that you could get to in like that upper mid-range pricing. All right, guys, that is going to do it for us here. If you have not done it, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Apologies to Ben and Loughy because I stayed long trying to make sure I got to all of your questions. Sign up for any of the packages at Stokastic. Link down below in the YouTube description box. It also gets you access to our Discord channel. You can sign up for any of our partners in the Link Join program to also get a free month. But also, stick around. Deep Dive is coming up next, then Live Before Lock. 3 more hours of NFL coverage leading up to lock. Good luck today.
Hey, hello, good morning. Welcome to the Stokastic.com NFL Deeper Dive Week 6, 10-game action. London game currently in progress. Another doubleheader on Monday night, which means we get a bit of an abbreviated slate today. I'm pretty excited about it. Oftentimes, Ben, no, that just means things might not go well. Whenever I feel great about something, I'm like, I got some spots this week. I'm feeling good about this. Couple contrarian spots, don't mind eating the chalk here or there, but you look at it come Sunday night and I end up texting you and go, what could have been?
Well,
we've done that a lot.
I'll balance you out because I don't think I could feel worse coming into a slate. So we've got the yin and the yang. We'll meet in the middle.
All right, so we'll break even.
I feel terrible. I've got a cold. I got my ass kicked in college football yesterday. I had refs screw me, teams screw me. I probably screwed myself. We're going to wipe that all away. We're going to dive into the slate. We're going to turn the tide right now, live on the show. Good.
I'm going to need you to bring some energy today.
Do I not seem here? I'm here. I'm paying attention.
I know. You can. I mentioned the Spags the other day on a show where people would sometimes be like, Loughy, how are you always in a good mood? It's like, I'm not always in a good mood. You just aren't supposed to know when I'm not. It's one of those things. It's a shroud of secrecy here, but or shrouded in secrecy. But anyway, I am feeling okay today, unlike Ben. Not to salt your wound at all, but I got a decent night's sleep. Had to wake up to piss though at like 2:30, and typically that doesn't I'm usually a straight through the night guy, even though I do consume ample water. Usually I'm a straight. There's nothing worse than having to wake up, because what you do, and you guys know this, you lay there and you're like, and you contemplate it for so long until you finally just have to do it. And then you say, I should have done it in the first place. I would have saved myself 20 minutes.
Yep. I know that feeling. I was up very late watching Arizona melt in double overtime after on the crucial third down play. BYU called the rare, let's just fumble it over the first down line. So that works perfectly for them. No issues. But you know what? The nor'easter is going to hit. Maybe a tree will come down on me on the show. We'll get this video viral and we'll go from there. But how's London looking for you? Let's start there.
What is the nor'easter even going to hit you?
I don't know.
Are you getting hit?
I don't know. It's a nor'easter, so I repeat it. Maybe that's not even true.
Like, everyone's freaking out about the Baltimore game. They might get rain. Chance of I know there's some wind, but there's like chance of showers. I had people yelling at me in the comments of one video earlier in the week. Hey, moron, how are you not talking? It's like, I don't know, dude. It's Wednesday. I'm not predicting the forecast for Sunday. So there's going to be some wind, but is it as bad as it seems? I don't know. Probably not. I guess we'll find out. It's 10-6 Denver, by the way. So you had Nate. Good thing I didn't play Showdown. The old Nate Atkins touchdown, 2 for 23 and a score. Evan Ingram has 3 for 26. The run game has been largely shut down on both sides. Fields and Breece Hall, nothing. Meanwhile, Ben, the only passing completion Justin Fields has on his lone attempt, he is 1 for 1 for -1 passing yards to old Isaiah Davis. So I must say, I'm not getting any FOMO right now that I'm not able to watch this London game.
No, that game sums up exactly kind of what I feel. So let's get into some games with real players instead of what you just said. That sentence should be deleted. A lot of guys there that don't factor in.
Anyway, good morning to all of you guys. I hope you're having a good morning. I hope you're having a good weekend. Had a good week. I hope we all have a good day, as a matter of fact. And we see some Stokastic avatars up top. But if you don't mind, take a single second. You know what's coming. Atone for your sins this Sunday morning. You should be elsewhere, but you're here, and we want you here. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment down below. Don't do that, actually. There's no shelf life, but it's just I'm automatic at this point. Subscribe. It's free. Hit the thumbs up. Can you give me a number today? It is a showdown slate, so potentially less viewership than when there are no games happening. You've been pretty spot on recently.
Yeah, I have. I'll go with
yeah, I have.
Yeah, that's right. 694 and a half.
Okay, we're at 278 right now. Very doable. Short, a bit over 400 in the next hour and 20 minutes.
We'll see. We'll see where we get to. I'll revisit that in about a half hour.
Brandon, no credit to Josh on Atkins SMH. Was Josh on? Oh, is Nate Atkins Josh's guy? Yeah. I know he did the show. Was Josh recommending Atkins? From what I heard, he said it sounded like he was a diet, but maybe I missed something. I'm happy to credit Josh. I thought he did a good show. All right, let's get into it. Have some fun here. You ready? We got 10 games to talk about. So we'll kick it off with the Chargers and Miami. I kind of wanted to wait on this one, but it's the first one we've got. Joey made the graphics for us. This was actually made before the Quentin Johnston news earlier in the week. Like that there was nothing there, right? Like we talked about are there going to be, when you and I did the show on Tuesday, the first look show, are there going to be any spots that pop up later in the week? It was looking like the answer was no. But what I mean by that, Ben, is not like Kyler Murray popping up and expected to be out, because what that does, it just trashes the whole Cardinals team. It doesn't elevate somebody else into a top role. Whereas like last week, Michael Carter being elevated into a top role, or Rashad White or Rico Dowdle, all of these, many of these midweek where DraftKings has already released pricing. The difference here is that we had nothing up until, what was it, last night?
Yep.
And now the Quentin Johnston news, you remove him and you get a very similar looking Chargers passing offense as you had last year. Now, I want to be very clear about something. There are a lot of holes that you could poke in this offense right now, okay? A lot of holes that we could poke in this Chargers offense. They're 3.5-point favorites against Miami, 43-point total. Miami's defense is, to not mince words, dog shit. I mean, this is a bad defense on all fronts. Very rarely that you could find the redeeming quality anywhere. But the offensive line for the Chargers, you lose Slater before the season starts. They did get Mekhi Becton back, which is helpful at the very least. And pass blocking, he has not been good in the run game. Joe Alt remains out, but now Trey Pipkins is out. Like, they keep losing players on the offensive line, Ben, and they also lost to Marion Hampton and Najee Harris to the IR. So you're going to see a rotating cast of Hassan Haskins and Kamani Vidal. That is not to say I don't like Herbert with the double stack. I do. And I think we could talk about Gadsden as well, if we're being honest here. Just if you're trying to go wild in like a milli, but there are definitely some concerns here with this offense.
Oh, there's concerns at some point, and we did talk about this a little earlier in the week. At some point, you just run out of bodies up front, and it's having a real effect on the Chargers. Now, maybe, we could talk a little macro of the teams themselves. Maybe the Giants are better. Okay, Washington's a pretty good team, but they did not look good in that game. Herbert is feeling the effects, and why wouldn't he? I mean, this is a problem. He's got 4 interceptions in the last 3 games, 3 in the last 2. Like, it's not a product of anything besides the pressure, in my opinion. Now, for our lineups, I can live with a turnover or 2. I can live with a couple sacks. The stack builds itself. super concentrated offense. And I don't know, when I look at the Chargers in general, I don't really think of them as a concentrated offense. So it's just a team that is going to have to deal with this because they don't have it's kind of like Baltimore to a lesser extent. They just don't have the personnel right now. So Ladd obviously is getting a massive boost. Keenan Allen. I'm not touching this running game. I don't want anything to do with it. This is not like, oh, Hampton goes down and now there's a chalk running back. To me, that is a committee situation. But I've got Herbert. I've got his pass catchers, and that's all I need for the Chargers today.
I did post a Kamani Vidal bet over on Tails, though, because I think he's the more kind of dynamic of the two. And if there was one guy that could give you a nice little ladder scenario, it would be there. I don't want it at 5K in DFS. Like, the opportunity cost is too much there. Whereas I'm getting I think it was 11-1 or something, Ben, on 70 plus rushing yards, something stupid, right? So I'm willing to take those chances. I would much rather go to the betting streets where it's just simple 1 unit play on this guy, standard prop, ladder it up a little bit. But aside from that, I'm with you. I really don't want to get there. I hadn't looked at our exposures. We are getting a little bit of Gadsden here. The reason I'm okay with it, and Will Dissly's back. That is the one thing we should probably talk about. Will Dissly is not on the injury report, so he's returning, which is why Gadsden doesn't look nearly as good as he would have last week, even though he didn't look great last week either. I just think this guy could be used in a scenario where they don't have Quentin Johnston. Gadsden could be used as kind of a more dynamic pass catcher as well. 2,600. And if you're going to double stacks with the Chargers, obviously now that you're right, they're not concentrated, but they're way more concentrated today. The most popular is just going to be Ladd, Keenan, and Justin Herbert. And you can see that reflected in our exposures when I run the Sims. So could I sprinkle in a little Gadsden, maybe in the Millie or the first down or the play action or the mini max where these fields are massive? I absolutely could see myself doing that. And I probably will force in a little bit in the event that I'm right about that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this is a team that if you have exposure to, you're going to be basically copying everybody else that did it. The only way to be a little different would be to have a tight end in there. You don't have to do that, but there is no other way to get Chargers exposure outside of the pass catchers that's even remotely reasonable in my mind.
The only other question is do you get different with Haskins or Vidal? But they're 5K, and there's already some cheap running backs this week. The offensive line is already beat. Who would you rather trust here in DFS? The running backs with a bad offensive line, or Justin Herbert to use his legs behind a bad offensive line and make some plays? Because to me, the answer is just very clearly, I'll trust Justin Herbert, who is low-key a very mobile quarterback.
Definitely. And there's just too many other running backs. We actually just had a super chat addressing this from Jay Nevy. Appreciate that. He was asking about Michael Carter in the Cardinals game. That's the type of pivot, if I want to get away from Rachaad White or Dowdle, that I would look to. Not these guys. To me, he's in a much more advantageous position with a ceiling outcome potential. I played him last week, actually.
I will say, I don't think DeMercado will be in the doghouse at all. I know Greg and I disagree on that a little bit. Jay Nevy and I disagree on that. You and I may disagree on that. But
no, I don't. I agree with you. I don't. But still, Michael Carter last week had ample opportunity. I'm not going to talk about the Cardinals because I'm already upset today.
Yeah, fair enough. All I'm saying is the Arizona Cardinals fined Gannon $100,000 for that, which by the way was insane. His own organization fining him $100,000 for that is crazy. But also, I think now you see the opposite of Amari DeMercado being in the doghouse. I'm not saying he gets additional work, but
he gets a bonus.
I don't think he gets a bonus, but you can't be all right, you're not touching the ball anymore. And Gannon already said he wouldn't be punished for it.
I agree with that. I mean, knowing the Cardinals, DeMercado will do it again today. And then they'll be we just can't have that.
Could you imagine? It would be the first.
happens.
It would be the first time we've ever had a presenter of Goblin of the week for the whole year be an actual player and not a coach.
He does it again. Yeah, I mean, that would take it to a whole new level. But if there's a team to do that, it is the Cardinals.
We'll get to that game. I don't really like anyone from that backfield, but maybe it's sneaky. I mean, you got a guy that was elevated from the practice squad. Whatever. I'm with you on that, though. The Miami Dolphins. So clearly no Tyreek Hill. Devon Achane, he struggled to find running room at times, but they're always going to still find ways to get him involved. And then Jalen Waddle. I don't know if you saw this. He was like 10%, 11% owned last week. That was, if there was one spot that surprised me on that slate, I really did think Jalen Waddle at his price, I believe he was $650-$400. I thought Jalen Waddle was going to be more popular than he was. And I ended up being way over the field on him.
It was funny. It was actually off a lineup that I sent you. You asked me that question. You were like, what is that in? And you were really surprised.
Right.
Yeah, because I had a really, really good start to the slate last week, and Waddle was one of those pieces. And this team, as bad as they are, you just mentioned it. I mean, Waddle, I honestly, the thing that surprised me the most was that he only had 9 targets. I watched most of that game. I thought he was even more involved, to be honest. Because
good targets, though. Real good targets, right?
Real good targets.
Yeah.
And even Achane, like, he could not get it going at all, but you did see some real positivity that if they're gonna give him 7 targets, you're racking up easy points that are very translatable in any game script. So it would figure that most people that go to the Herbert +2 are picking one of those two to bring back in a game that definitely has a lot of utility on both sides.
All right, then looking at our exposures here for Miami, because you saw them for the Chargers. This is the Sims run. Now, I'll let you guys know now, I do not have any uniques. I will in a minute. I will flip over to like 4 uniques to see how it's spread out. But the reason I like running it early on with no uniques is to see where, if you would just favor the top 150, where the Sims are really jamming, right? Mm-hmm. And there will be some spots. When you run it up with more uniques, which you should be doing, if you're just like factory settings, putting 150 lineups in using the Sims, you should be doing that. Ideally, running enough uniques to the point where your 150 gets down and is still in the green. Once it hits red, obviously, then you scale it back a little bit on the uniques. But the reason I like to do it is just to see where we would get it, just pure unadulterated run. And we are getting 16% Waddle. We're not getting nearly as much Achane today, which surprises me 0%, Ben, at 7,800. I don't think this is a bad spot, honestly, if you wanted to get contrarian and be different at the running back position. This actually worked well for me on a lot of instances last year. You probably remember a couple spots where he was just super low owned. He's not that low owned, though, at 12%, and his price has come up to $7,800. So I think we both like Waddle in a spot like this. Tougher matchup than we saw last week for sure, but I'll still get to him at 6,100 with no Tyreek Hill. They might be playing from behind for all we know, and they are at home where they perform better offensively for sure. And I'll probably get to a little Darren Waller at a bad tight end position. He's continuously seeing more snaps and routes run each week. His target share hasn't looked spectacular, but really, who else are you throwing to besides Achane and Jalen Waddle? It's possible that Waller just becomes a feature piece in this offense alongside those guys, and it's a 3-man crew.
No argument with any of that. I think it's just a deep running back pool, and there are cheapies. That's probably masking some of the Achane ownership. Real quick, because I know we got a lot of games to get to. You think you'll play Tua at all?
Yeah, I think I'm willing to get to a couple Tua lineups. I absolutely am.
I think that's an interesting to flip the game. Everyone's going to go Charger stack, pick your Dolphin. If you go Dolphin stack, pick Ladd or Keenan Allen.
Exactly my thinking. You're 100. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. And again, when we talk about this stuff, I don't think either of us are saying that's the most likely outcome to win a tournament. But dude, it is the likely outcome to where if it does go off, you don't have many people doing that today, right? And if you were to go Tua, Waddle, and Waller, Tua's $5,500. Waller's $4K. Waddle's $6,100. That's not a lot at all. What is that? 15-6 or something like that. You're better at math than I am off the top of your head. It's not a lot for a 3-man stack at home where it's a 3.5 point spread. Chargers defense. Yeah, I'm not saying they're bad, but I tend to give Miami a little bit more of a boost when they're at home as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a competitive spread. You're looking at around a 4-point spread. So the implied totals are there. We'll see. Like you said, is it the most likely outcome? No. The benefits you get if you hit it, though, vastly outweigh the risk, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Ghetto Farmer Boy, just getting back from family pictures. Worst day of the year. What are you sitting around the pumpkin patch, dude? Don't ask my opinion on the Christmas postcards that families send out who you haven't heard from. You hear from them once a year and you get a postcard with the happy looking family. I look at it, I go, that's nice. Drop it straight in the trash. I don't need them, Ben. No offense to anybody that does that. But
obviously,
I'm not,
I think you know where I stand. I don't participate in any of that stuff.
I'm not doing all that. Like if I talk to you, I talk to you. You see pictures of my kids. Believe it or not, you even see them in person. You know,
yeah.
Maybe I'm just cynical.
No, I live a private life. I don't have time for that.
You and May aren't taking.
yeah, we're not putting out pictures anytime soon.
Ghetto Farmer Boy, I feel for you though, man. I feel for you. Josh, if you and Katie send me one with the dogs, you guys and the dogs,
dogs.
Straight in the waste bin, as they call it in England, right? What do they? No, they call it the rubbish bin.
Go to the next game.
I want one from Ben, really. If
I win the Millie today, I'll send everyone in chat one.
I know he took a lot of time on this game, but I actually think it might end up being one of the most important games on the slate, depending on how you play it. So Seattle and the Jags, next game up. Jags were 1.5 point favorites. Of course, I think if they lost that game to the Chiefs, this one just not talking about the look ahead, but like the Sunday night or Monday line opens with the Seattle Seahawks being favored, Ben. It is actually flipped to Seattle in some spots, -1.5 in some spots, and other spots it's Jags -1. I'm saying that because it's another competitive spot. I got to tell you, there's something about Trevor Lawrence here with like the Brian Thomas and a $2,500 Hunter Long stack that does appeal to me. No, not because Baker Mayfield carved them up last week in Seattle with a big high-scoring game that was necessary for tournaments. I mean, that doesn't hurt. But because Trevor Lawrence showed something last week, and maybe this Liam Cohen offense is beginning to click. That was a good Kansas City defense that, mind you, shot themselves in the foot with many, many untimely penalties. But both sides of this game are interesting to me. JSN, Brian Thomas being another guy who hasn't broken out yet. Minimum salary Hunter Long at a weak tight end position. I do think there are some spots to target. Maybe even a little super cheap Cooper Kupp, although I'm not sure I would advocate that to anyone because I don't want that being on my name.
Yeah, I can't go that far. This is a good game, though. You look at this, obviously, JSN has been fantastic.
Unreal.
The guy converts.
Have him and Ibuka been the two best receivers this year? What?
You all right there, fella?
I don't know what happened. It might just probably be a StreamYard thing. I was saying, have Ibuka and JSN been the two best receivers this year? Puka, obviously, and Puka.
Yeah, but they've been, phenomenal. I mean, JSN just seems to be able to do it. Any game script, they're not afraid to go to him, rightfully so. Price is coming up, but still reasonable. I like this game. Now, this is where it gets tricky because the Jaguars, you mentioned it, like they're slowly climbing the ranks here in terms of seeding, but I don't think they're any good. Trevor Lawrence, he does a lot of stupid stuff. He certainly showed a little mobility. Maybe that's masking it. I have some Lawrence in the pool. Chat just asked about, what am I doing over on tails? What's some bets? You're going to see Brian Thomas in my anytime TD parlay today. I like him quite a bit. I think he's had a slow start to the season, but to me, this is a good spot for a Jaguar stack.
I already have him, and I already posted one on Friday with Brian Thomas in it.
There it is. I'm going to be joining you.
Also, here's something fun for you, Ben. By the way, our friend Jake Hari, I tailed him yesterday. This was sick. I tailed him yesterday afternoon, and then I went out to, there was like a family party, and I come home and I see him tweet that it hit. I was like, oh, is that the one I bet? I couldn't even remember. So you can see I tailed it. It had a 10-1 NHL parlay. Jake's been crushing, dude.
He really has. He also won he binked the DFS slate.
The 10K the other day?
10K, yeah. So he's taking care of the ice. It's on us to take care of the whatever you want to call it, the gridiron, for lack of a better term.
So check this out. I figured people would enjoy
drought parlay.
The drought buster parlay. Come on, man. You gotta have
some desert. Gotta get that water.
How do you not appreciate this concept?
Is McMillan in there? Because he's on that list.
Combined games played 15. Combined receiving touchdowns 0. I had to put receiving because Thomas has a rushing touchdown. Stephon Diggs, Brian Thomas, Tedero McMillan boosted the 20-1 on DraftKings today, Ben. How do you come on? That's a pretty fun one right there. Tell me.
I love that. I mean, there's a certainty for me, Brian Thomas and McMillan. I like them both in DFS quite a bit, and I like them both in the anytime touchdown streets. So please come and tail that we need the sweat. We need the entire community behind that sweat.
And can I do you one better?
Sure.
All right. You mentioned Trevor Lawrence. I told you guys if I finish top 3 in the SPY, because Greg owes me another SPY entry. He actually already squared up on that last night.
He's funding your whole bankroll. You got this nice little thing working.
Yeah,
nice.
People keep wanting to bet me in NFL, man. We're giving away $1,000 to someone who bangs that fire emoji right there in tails. It's my pinned comment. But the reason I say that isn't to point out that you could win $1,000. It is actually because the Trevor Lawrence lineup that you mentioned is the one that I had as the semi placeholder for this exact SPY build. And you know what? I may keep it as a Trevor Lawrence lineup. I reserve the right to make changes, but I like it, Ben. I may go Trevor Lawrence there.
Yeah, listen. The thing with Trevor Lawrence, it's interesting today. Obviously, you're not paying, salary is not a problem. You know that, and you feel free to push back. I'm going to speak in absolutes here. If you play Trevor Lawrence, you're playing Brian Thomas. I don't really understand how you could build without him.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's an attachment in pretty much anything I do with Lawrence.
Yep. And then it becomes a question of, you certainly, in my opinion, can go straight skinny stack. Who's next? Do you just say, okay, Strange is gone, next man up, punt tight end with the Jags? Do you roll ETN, which I don't really love? You try to take a secondary receiver? That to me is the bigger question with Jacksonville today. I feel good about Lawrence. I feel great about Brian Thomas. I'm not sure that there are any other Jags, though, that I feel really good about. Travis Hunter, he seems like more of a showdown slate type player right now than putting him on a main slate.
Yeah, it's Hunter Long for me because he's minimum salary. That's it. Like, it's Hunter Long, I think.
Are you looking for people on a heater?
Yeah, man.
Leaderboards, by the way.
I was just showing people the leaderboard. I was showing them your picks. Come hit us up. Come follow us and tail everybody. Find some great other people to tail. Make sure you're following Jake. Our friend Morgan, who's taken down millions of dollars in recent months, is now on there as well as an expert. You can follow Morgan. So, yeah, it's fun stuff, man. Come join. Hit that fire emoji. If I top 3 or bink this, you're going to want to be involved. It's unlikely, but if it happens, man, you'd be upset you didn't do that. So here you go, our Jacksonville exposure. Lawrence, Hunter Long, Brian Thomas, not a lot, but I am going to make an effort to get more of it. And it sounds like you're saying the same. It doesn't sound like you're saying your day is going to be contingent upon what happens there, but you're going to have some. And look on the other side. We're getting the Seattle stacks. So if we're getting a bunch of the Seattle stacks, I want both sides of this game. I think, similar to the Chargers in Miami, this is one of my favorite games. The first 2 games we talked about are 2 of my favorite games on the slate.
The crazy thing, though, about this game, it's one of my favorite games on the slate. If you told me actual number of players from the game that I like, it's a lot less than you would think. I just really like the plays that I happen to like.
Yes, exactly. Which actually is a pretty good lead into the next game that we have. And my fault here. Let me do that. Boom. Seattle and Jacksonville. All right. Go to Cleveland and Pittsburgh here. you talk about this game, Ben,
Mm-hmm.
and Pittsburgh is coming off of a bye. All right. Coming off of a bye outside of Jalen Ramsey getting hurt. And someone mentioned too, I should have pointed this out because it was a great call out and I forgot. Seattle's got a lot of injuries in their secondary right now. Witherspoon, Love, Woolen, either out or doubtful. So that's really significant on a day like today, traveling to Jacksonville. Really significant, worth paying attention to. Were you going to say something?
That's one thing I'm really disappointed in myself last week. Noticed that, and I didn't get to Ibuka and Baker, and it was right there. And they were not popular. And Seattle is just another team that is really, really weak in that secondary, just out of bodies. And we saw a wounded Tampa team still be able to move the ball very significantly.
I hear you. The reason, I look in hindsight, it's like I could have gotten to more. But then I went back and looked at my builds, and I'm not really sure where I would have pivoted. Like, there were just spots I wanted to get to and spots that the Sims really liked. And I kind of just, it was one of those weeks where a lot of teams went off. Ibuka just ended up, having a monster game. But anyway, Cleveland and Pittsburgh, Ben, you've got this Cleveland team now that has Dylan Gabriel. He acquitted himself relatively well last week. But what I was saying, Pittsburgh's coming off a bye at home. Cleveland's coming back from London without a bye.
Yep.
And historically, those type of spots have not gone well for those teams. They got bent over by the schedule makers. Like, divisional spot on the road, coming back from London, facing a team coming off of a bye. That's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been thrilled with the schedule. I don't understand a lot of the scheduling stuff, but you just mentioned it. You are coming back from London. You don't get a bye, facing a division opponent who's off a bye on the road. That's the full bingo card of not what you want. Now, Cleveland's a disaster, and I have zero sympathy for them. Having said that, a 38-point total, I'm okay with a couple plays in this game. In fact, I actually think this is a good game for potential contrarian options on the slate.
Is one of those contrarians Sir DK Metcalf?
Oh, you know it is.
On our live show Friday, you mentioned that Metcalf at his price point could be a really interesting play. Oh, by the way, no Calvin Austin today. Some people might act like that's meaningless, but I was hoping Roman Wilson would get more involved in this offense. Has not been the case. So really what that's saying is outside of who? Jonnu Smith and Pat Freiermuth, who do they have at wide receiver, man? Ben Skoranek, Scotty Miller, Roman Wilson? That's not good. So maybe Jalen Warren's worked more in the passing game today, but it's hard to run against Cleveland too. You may be on to something here. Whether you're right or wrong is really unimportant to me, but the situation lines up really nicely for Metcalf to get a lot of volume against, I don't want to say a pass funnel because it's just a good defense, but against a team that really can shut down the run.
It's not a pass funnel defense, but if you told me you have two options, you can try to take Cleveland apart on the ground or take them apart in the air. It's clear to me that you should be throwing the ball. I think it's clear to Pittsburgh. And DK Metcalf is a obviously extremely talented player. The price, mid-fives, the prop. I don't drop a lot of early NFL props. I put this in during the week, the over on his receiving yards in the mid-50s. I don't understand that line. You're getting over 5-1 if you ladder him to 100. I think he could be in line for a big game here. I like one of my favorite leverage plays on the slate.
I'm with you. You made some good points, and the more you think about it, it is tough to run against Cleveland. Now, I'm of the belief, you guys have heard me say this a million times. Like I typically have more respect for Cleveland's defense at home than I do on the road. It sounds like totally arbitrary at times, but for some reason, Ben, whenever Cleveland is at home, they're super stout defensively. Like when they went into Detroit, coming off that win against the Packers at home, I'm going hammer the Lions here. Mm-hmm. Like, the Lions at home in that dome against any sub-average team, they destroy them every single year, right? But this is a weird one. Do I think it could stay close in a divisional spot? Yes. But I also like the idea that Metcalf has real 50-50 ball potential. If you just start throwing the ball to him, and Rodgers is more than willing to lock onto a guy, especially if they struggle to run the football. I'm all about it. Now, we are getting some Jaylen Warren. I wanted to touch on this only because I'm tempted to bump him down for one reason. When he was kind of like a late scratch the other week before the bye in London, Kenny Gainwell came in and had like 19 for 99 on the ground. He had a really good and efficient game, averaged over 5 yards per attempt. I have this voice in my head going, Arthur Smith didn't want to go away from Gainwell in the first place. And here's his perfect opportunity to go back to a like semi 50-50 split, give Gainwell some opportunities at the goal line, which we've seen this year already. That worries me a little bit, especially against a good Cleveland run defense.
Yeah, I do worry about that too. Now, you mentioned Warren does have the out that he's a prolific pass catcher. He can certainly catch the ball. They can employ him in space and whatnot. But one of my favorite expressions, I've said it for years, I've said it to you a million times. I hate situations where you have to get it right twice. First, one of the backs have to have a good game, and then it has to be Warren. Like Gainwell could end up getting some of that work, and then you got it right and you're still wrong. So it's a two-factor situation. So I think it's very possible that nobody in the Pittsburgh backfield is who you want, and that makes it difficult for me.
Yep. I'm with you. And that I think that's a knock. Now, Steelers defense, I am okay with getting there. I know they've been underwhelming so far this year, played well below standards coming into the season. Not only that, below the standards of a Pittsburgh defense every year, right? Like they haven't had a good quarterback for a while. And I'm including the twilight of Roethlisberger's career. Like when's the last time they had super reliable quarterback play? 7 years ago at this point?
It's been a while.
Right? But their defense always keeps them in contention. This is the first year where the defense has been a liability. But now you're looking at this team and you're going, wait a second. They're healthy. This team actually looks healthy. And out of the blue, Jalen Ramsey, who was supposed to be out for multiple weeks, is back. He's off the injury report. So you get Jalen Ramsey back. You get Joey Porter Jr. Deshaun Elliott came back. You have Alex Highsmith back. This went from being one of the most banged up defenses to almost a fully healthy defense at home, coming off a bye against the team that's coming home from London. And as Michael Wynn, what's that?
Go get this is related to
I bet the Steelers -3.5. Watch, they're just going to get smoked now. But I do think it was a good bet personally because, you know, I hope that the bets I make, I'm more than willing to go back after the fact and be like, I had a blind spot. But I do like this spot. Let me see where I got him at, Ben. I bet the Steelers.
While you're doing that.
-4.5. And they are, I don't know what they're
5.5 range now.
Something like that, yeah. But bet them around 6. There.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice.
What are they at? 4.5, but just heavy juice there if you want. So that's pulling up this line. I just went to my post. So what's the actual line? Is it -5.5?
Yeah, there's some 5.5s. There's some 6s at very reduced
6.5.
juice.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's moving around. So
where does Circa have it? 6, pennies at 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I won't spend too much time on this. It's just, I do think Pittsburgh defense looks pretty good. And I think a lot of people are down on them, but they're a lot healthier than they were earlier in the season. All right.
That's an
Michael
interesting
Wynn,
super chat, by the way.
Read it out loud.
Yeah. Teams coming back from international game and have a bye right after have a 42% winning percentage. Teams that don't have a bye after their international game have a 63% winning percentage. Browns money line.
Interesting. Interesting. I would not. I take that with a massive grain of salt.
So do I, but still interesting.
Very interesting. But like, what's the sample on that? Like 30 games or something. So, but it is interesting. Definitely interesting. I do like the Steelers, but you know what? Maybe Dylan Gabriel shows us something. Marcus Witherspoon, as always, man, appreciate you supporting the channel. $20 super chat. Good morning, Dave and Ben. Another week in, another slate to attempt to conquer strong. Thoughts on taking skinny stack shots on Ward Ridley? My Raiders stack stinks. If it was a game that if this was a game that stat crushes, this would be it. I'll get Ben's thoughts. I think you asked this question earlier in the week, Marcus, and I said I wasn't really on the Ward Ridley stack. If you want to do it, fine. Their offense seems broken. Personally, I'd rather go with like a Stroud McMillan or potentially even a Rattler Olave. I'm willing to get ugly every single slate, so I'm not going to fault you for getting ugly on Ward Ridley. It's just a different variation of disgusting, but it's not my variation this week. I wouldn't blame you for it, though. Ben?
I wouldn't either. If you do that, please don't try to leverage elsewhere. Like if you make a hero call, one of the biggest mistakes people make is they make like 3 hero calls in the same lineup, and then like one doesn't work. Like if you've done that, you can build pretty standard with the tools and get some of the highest projected players at every other position. And if the Tennessee stack goes off, I have my window. And that I think is a fine window to take if you want a 1% stack. Absolutely. It's just very low probability of success.
Greg made the exact same point on the single lineup sim show right before us, where people were asking him, super chatting him for lineups. And he's like, look, you already have a Jacoby Brissett, Marvin Harrison. You don't need Derrick Henry. Like they're
exactly
you're right. And I think that's a really important point. It's actually the point you and I try to make every single show. And last week it came to fruition again, right? Where the Millie winner was super chalky. It was Emeka Ibuka as a low owned. Let's take one out of Ben's the Ben Rasa Bible. Emeka Ibuka is really good, and he wasn't getting a lot of ownership. If that is your low owned pivot around the chalky build, let's do that. Not him specifically, but that makes a lot of sense.
Sounds like DK Metcalf. Yeah.
I think you're right. And also, you're getting DK Metcalf at a floor price, by the way.
Yep.
I looked at Cleveland exposure. Not much here at all, Ben. Just some Browns, a little bit of Njoku. If you want to get super weird with Judkins, go for it, because the only way Cleveland, in my opinion, keeps this close is if they give Judkins the ball 25 times and Cleveland defense keeps it competitive, which I think is it's a real possibility. So I think there's actually a path there. And I might sprinkle in some Judkins, but that's all I got. I also just think that guy's really good.
Yeah, no issues there. He was the other person I was thinking about when I said this game could have some leverage plays. So I think Judkins is a pretty decent pivot off what I would assume is Dowdle is going to be extremely popular again.
All right, we're talking Rams here and the Ravens. Our exposure has come down. This is me running this with, let me see if I have any uniques. No uniques, Ben. No uniques and 12% Nakua. I guess, Vegas and the sim and our projections are factoring this weather in because we were getting a ton of Puka Nakua earlier in the week. I don't think there's going to be a ton of rain. I looked at the radar earlier, put my Kevin Roth hat on for a football show. It's going to be windy. But I mean, we went from this being the chalk of the week, clear chalk of the week, to not as much anymore. Now, I should also point out that Baltimore did get back guys on defense. This defense is not as banged up nearly as much as they were last week against Houston. Marlon Humphrey is back. Kyle Hamilton is back. Roquan Smith is out. Awuzie is out. But they did get, and Madubuike is on the IR. They did get some guys back, and the offensive line is healthy again. I don't really want the offense here. I have very little confidence in the Baltimore offense as far as Cooper Rush is concerned with Lamar Jackson out again. But what do you make of the exposures coming down a lot here, but staying pretty steady on Kyren Williams?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little surprising, I guess, just given the situation of this game, the situation of how bad Baltimore's defense has been historically bad, not just regular bad. Now, having said that, 7-point spread, like it's not a 30-point spread. It's not college football, even though ask Penn State about that. But I look at this, it still does feel like the Rams are going to factor in some way. Now, the difference is there are scenarios here where the Rams play to their implied total, and none of these guys really factor in a massive way because they're expensive. And so there's a chance that Kyren has a touchdown. He doesn't truly get there. Nakua certainly could score and not truly get there. Same with Devontae Adams. And then obviously, if you're playing Stafford, I doubt it's skinny. So you're going to need a heavy lift there. The Rams can do it. There's no doubt. But it's not plug and play by any stretch of the imagination for me.
Okay.
Because, just Puka could have a good game, a very good game, and he still might not be the right build.
I totally agree with that. This is why earlier in the week when I was talking about the Adams, Kyren, contrarian build with no Puka or Stafford, which I'm still going to do, by the way. I'm still doing that. I'm not backing off of that. Because I don't need to do it a lot. Like if I throw it into the power sweep in the red zone or something, you're still, I'm not playing $20,000 a week. So those type of spots are good enough for me. I still think it's a good leverage spot, man. I still think weather is going to bring down ownership on some of these guys. I mean, Adams is 10%. Nakua is still getting a lot of ownership. But my whole point was too, Puka Nakua could have a subpar game by his standards at this price point, and he's not optimal. Like Puka Nakua could go out there, Ben, and have 20, with the way the games have been going recently, the high scoring, dude, 20 fantasy points, 23 even at 8,700 could very easily be exactly what you don't want on a slate like this. Now, of course, he could have 30 again, but once you get into this price tier, you're basically playing a guy to have not a ceiling game because he can get higher, but a very, very good game.
Absolutely. And so that's a very premium price. He's shown he can get there, but there's just a lot of ways where he has a middling output. So I'm not surprised to see this by any stretch. It's not a team to ignore. But again, I'll just say the same thing. I can move on. It's not a plug and play situation for me with the Rams today.
Morgsy says, Henry at 2% is how you win a milli. I mean, look, yes, I said it last week and it backfired on me. None of my Henry lineups did all that well. I actually did this last week, right? I said, I think I had semi-sound reasoning here because the line kept moving towards Baltimore and away from Houston. You saw that. Like after it ballooned with the Lamar Jackson news, it started coming. There was a lot of buyback on Baltimore late in the week. And I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. If they keep it close, how do they do it? It's not going to be Cooper Rush. It'll be Derrick Henry. And Henry ended up doing nothing. He scored, but he had a very inefficient game. That's the risk you take with Henry. He's not game script proof. So if you want to say it's how you win a milli, sure, but you need all of the stars to align. Like it can't be Baltimore's playing from behind. It can't be Baltimore has to throw the football. No, the way it works is if Baltimore's defense actually starts playing well again. So you need Baltimore's defense to play well and keep the game close. And then you need Henry to break one because he's not going to get it done in the passing game. There are a lot of you have to thread multiple needles to get the optimal Henry game here. I'm not saying it's not doable, Ben. And if he breaks off 2 50-yard touchdowns, you're in a really great spot. But it's not as simple as just like, well, Henry's 2% owned. Other things need to go his way.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yeah, it's true. And, Henry at 2% is how you win a milli. That is the type of play. And it's also how you give yourself, and I don't mean this as a slight, it's how you give yourself literally no chance.
Yes.
When he goes for like 8.
Yep.
You just have to live with that. You can't have both. And I get it. So that's a big boom bust type play if you can get it right. But it is a narrow path.
Yeah, because he is not game script proof in the slightest.
No, and his floor is like nothing, basically.
His floor is like 3, too.
That's what I mean. It's just full on. You're basically boxed out of anything reasonable.
Skull Crusher, thank you for the super chat. Who are your favorite sub 10 plays at the skill positions today? Which chalk are you most comfortable fading? I mean, Metcalf's sub 10% right now, right?
Yeah, I think he'll be at most around that. Brian Thomas is around 10%, who I really like.
Adams is around 10%. He's at 10%. I like him.
Yeah.
We'll get, by the way, we will get to more of these. It's much easier for us to cover these by game.
Judkins. So. I'll just throw Judkins in there for running back.
Sure. Which chalk are you most comfortable fading? If you go into the chalk here and remove these filters, go to pool ownership here in the Sims. McCaffrey, Nakua, Jacobs. I do like Jacobs in this spot. Dowdle, I like Dowdle. Javante, Rashad White. It's going to sound crazy, but McCaffrey.
Probably be, again, I want to be clear. I'm not like full fading Puka, but I'm not in love with that spot.
I agree. Yeah. Ravens. We are only getting one lineup with the Ravens, D. Nobody else on this team within the Sims. You know, if I get bit by this, fine. I'll live with it, Ben. You know, I can live with certain spots going wrong for me. I more than likely, I'm not going to do anything to get to more Ravens today.
No, me neither.
All right, Arizona. Let's move on. Arizona and the Indianapolis Colts. We are not expected to have Kyler Murray today. These developments, came more midweek that it wasn't looking good, and then we found out last night that he's not expected to play. So with that in mind, now you've got an Arizona team, Ben, that is going to have to lean on a backup. I suppose it could be worse. You have a guy who has made many, many starts in his career, and he's been okay. Jacoby Brissett getting the start today. We expect him to make the start today. This is a 1:00 game, so we'll know. Do you have any interest here in this Arizona offense? And if so, where would it be?
No, I don't. Arizona absolutely murdered me last week. They destroyed so much. They don't know what they're doing. They have some real good weapons. And I will say, being serious, I do think their best skill position players can still coexist with Jacoby Brissett. I'm not the biggest Kyler fan, so I don't think it's that big of a drop-off. But the team is just awful. So for me, the extent of it, if I land where I have extra money and I can go get Trey McBride, still okay with that. If I want to mix it up in the mid-range of wide receiver, maybe I'll go to Marvin Harrison. That's about all I think you need to do here. I'm not getting to Brissett.
I'm not getting to much either. We have a little bit. I'm fine. 1 or 2% Jacoby Brissett, fine. Once in a while, he'll use his legs. He's been okay in relief efforts before. I could see me get, you know what though? I'm actually going to change up my thought process for a second. I think Trey McBride actually makes for a really good play today. And I wouldn't be surprised if he actually comes in under what we have at 13.8. And when we update it it adjusts down on ownership. You have a guy like Brissett. He's not a dumb quarterback in the sense that he's done this long enough to know where your bread is going to be buttered on a slate like this. You might if I told you Trey McBride had 13 targets today because Jacoby Brissett said, let me just get it to an elite tight end and I don't have to chuck it downfield every time, but he can get downfield. McBride just kind of makes sense when you have a backup quarterback.
I don't disagree. Again, if you want to spin it positive, the Cardinals are a disaster to begin with. They're not optimizing anything. So
with no running backs either.
No, they don't know what they're doing. Trust me, I would know. I watched the game last week intently. And before all that crazy stuff happened in the second half, they did numerous stupid things in the first half. So you still have it. It's just a matter of how out of hand is this game going to be. And then I'm more interested on this side, not even in the players, but with Jonathan Taylor, do they have to, he's gotten there at times with just pure touchdown volume. You need a big game at 85, and I don't know if he'll have the volume to justify it today.
I don't want to, I hate talking about predicted blowouts and stuff, but this team plans on running Jonathan Taylor as much as humanly possible this year, ... in competitive games. We've seen Shane Steichen very willing to take him out when they get a big lead. At the very least, mix things up and bring in a guy like Giddens. So you also, I wouldn't even be talking about this, Ben, if Taylor was still 7,300. But at 8,500, you need him to be the reason that they go up early. or you need this game to stay close. And we saw in week 1 against Miami, Daniel Jones vultured those touchdowns. Giddens rushed one in, and Jonathan Taylor should have had a 40 fantasy point game and ended up with like 15.
Yep. It's tricky. And so then it's like, for me, and it doesn't have to be a 1-to-1. If I play Jonathan Taylor, I'm much more likely to play McBride or someone on Arizona, just saying like, okay, I'm going with the optics that Arizona has to at least approach their team total. Because if they give you nothing, barring some really fortunate first half play, Jonathan Taylor is going to be geared down in this spot. Not that he can't have a good game, but when you're 8,500, you don't have the luxury of really being geared down. You just illustrated. We've seen this numerous times this year already with him.
Sorry, people were mentioning the Jets going to jet. What happened? Did they just run the ball and time expired at the half and they got 0 points? Is that what I'm looking at the box? I'm looking at the play by. Is that what just happened?
I'm not even watching the game, but that sounds like something that would happen.
All right. So then final take on this Colts side. What do you want to do here? I'll still get to some Taylor. I think it's possible that he just rips off like 2 massive touchdown runs early and you need him. But aside from that, Pittman, Warren, Downs, this is not a concentrated offense outside of Taylor, which kind of worries me.
Yep. It's tricky. I'm fine with taking some shots on Tyler Warren just because I think he's a really good player just in general. And he's got...
And tight end's not a deep position this week.
No, we just mentioned, obviously Bowers has been hurt and McBride is in a weird situation. So we'll talk about Tucker Kraft, but there's not that many top-end tight ends that I'm running to get. So that's about it. Daniel Jones, I think, is fine if you want to stack him. I'm not doing that, but just a very reasonable team. They've got a healthy total. They should, famous last words, they should really roll Arizona today.
They should. Spread moved to 9.5. I actually thought it was a fishy line earlier in the week where the Cardinals were only 6.5 point dogs and Kyler wasn't on the there was no reason to think he wouldn't play. But now it obviously balloons up for good reason. The Patriots and the Saints, Ben. Saints are 3.5 point home dogs here. Coming off a win against the Giants last week. Patriots coming off a crazy road win in Buffalo against the divisional team that many consider to be the best in the league. They win outright there. Made Josh Allen look mortal. To me, I always, this is just how I think about football. Feels like a letdown spot. Maybe you bet like Saints first half money line or something like that. I did bet the Saints on the game, but first half money line makes some sense here. New England could come out slow, or they don't. Vrabel's got them humming. Who knows? But the Stephon Diggs spot is interesting to me. Like, this is a guy, Josh and I talked about it on the live show on Friday over on the OddsShopper channel, where you have Stephon Diggs, very quiet through the first few games, wasn't all that involved in training camp in the preseason, like clearly working him back from a season-ending ACL last year. And then you see back-to-back 100-yard games, 42% target share over the last 2 weeks. No Antonio Gibson. Ramondre Stevenson's fumbling. They hate Trevion Henderson.
Yeah, they do.
They really do. You made a good point on the Saints on Tuesday's show. You're like, the Saints are just a traditional bad team. They're not, yes. And that wasn't an insult. You weren't insulting them. You're saying they're just not a great football team. But they're not a poorly coached team. They don't have the best skilled players, the best personnel, but they're just kind of your typical not great team. They're not the Jets, they're not some of these other garbage teams. They can go out there and they can compete. And we've seen that. But I still think Diggs here at 5,800, given that Drake may have just been like, oh, wait a second. I have a healthy Stephon Diggs now. I should probably just start forcing the ball to him. And at 5,800, I'm more than willing to get there today. I'll get to some Drake May. I want less than I'm getting, but I don't mind them here. This could be a fun game. And Diggs, to me, at that price point, seems like one of the better priced options on the slate.
Yep. I feel the same way. You mentioned he seems to be kind of rounding into form. Price is reasonable. Matchup is fine. And it is. I'll just clarify. The Saints, to me, they play to their level, and that's a compliment. They are a bad team, and they play hard, and they're pretty well coached, and they can beat pretty good teams at times. But if you play they play their A game and another team plays their A game, they're going to lose almost every time because they're just not that good. But unlike teams like the Jets and Arizona, they actually play close to their ceiling. So I think this will be a very competitive game. Like Diggs on that side. And honestly, as bad as the Saints are, they have more fantasy relevance week to week than you would think because of the price points.
Yeah. And because of forced targets to guys like Olave. People, when I posted something earlier in the week showing the chalk, they're like, why would you play Olave? It's like, first of all, I'm talking about ownership. But second, the Chris Olave has a 31% target share this season. Is it an easy matchup? No, not particularly, but they are at home inside of the dome. I think that's a box or a box that you check in the favorable column. He's 5,100 with a 31% target share. And, he's been disappointing, but this is one of these slates where, yes, things opened up with the Chargers news and Quentin Johnston, but you saw the Nakua and the Taylor price points come up. You saw HN salary come up. You've seen a lot of price points rise, whereas in recent weeks, you could play literally anybody you wanted. Chris Olave at 5,100, I'm actually not backing off of him this week. I'll take my lumps, Ben, if it doesn't go my way. But I understand why we'd be getting the sum of him here. It feels gross, but he's still a 30+% target share in a home spot as a field goal dog.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I that's the least of my problems today is Chris Olave. I'm fine with him, and I'm honestly fine if you want to go with Rattler. Rattler is super cheap. He throws the ball about 30 times a game. He's not a zero in rushing. He's at home in a dome, and he's not terrible. He's not great, but he's just as bad as a lot of quarterbacks in this league. So I'm okay with it if you want to. And then you've got the Saints are super interesting because, again, we saw it last week. I hate to chase it. It only takes one for Shaheed. He can catch a 90-yard pass at any point. You've got Jawan Johnson, who I may have to tamp it down. I'm getting a good amount of him in what I've done so far. Yeah, which I'm not in love with that. But, yeah, the Saints are in play today for sure.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Jawan Johnson?
So early in the year, obviously, he was making a pretty serious impact on the slate itself, and I don't like a lot of pay down options. I think Mayer being back, and I believe that he is, probably the pay down option I'd want to get to. And again, the Taysom Hill thing still does freak me out a little. I know he didn't really factor in last week. I'm neutral to it. Not throwing it, not completely writing it off, but he's not my favorite play either.
Yeah, to me it would be Olave and some look. I'm okay with some Saints stacks here. Well,
Yeah,
one thing I wanted to mention, and you say it a lot too, but a lot of times people are grossed out by ugly stacks, and that's why when Marcus Witherspoon super chatted us earlier asking about Cam Ward, it's like I'm not going to tell you not to do that because those guys are so cheap. Sub 5K Ridley, sub 5K Ward. When you talk about a stack like this and say you went Rattler, Olave, Jawan Johnson, the example I used was last year you had 2 years ago was the Desmond Ridder. You remember Drake London and Pitt stack that won the Millie. None of them even had good games. Like I think London hit 20, but Pitts had 15 and Ridder had 18 or something. We saw it done with Daniel Jones. You see it a lot where if you have a cheap stack, especially on a week where pricing is tight, they don't need to give you ceiling games. You don't need 30 from all of these guys. And I'm only using the Saints as an example. So this isn't a hill I'm dying on here. But like if Olave gave you 20 today and Rattler gave you 19 and Jawan Johnson gave you 15 and it allowed you to do anything else you wanted with the rest of your lineup because you're spending like 13,000 combined on a double stack on a home team in which should be a competitive game. A lot of times that's actually enough to put you in a competitive spot.
Definitely. It's all about the lineup itself. And sometimes your stack has to do the heavy lifting. Certainly if you stack the Rams today, you better get 5 touchdowns from your stack. Sometimes your stack just sets the stage for your one-offs to do the heavy lifting. You want Jonathan Taylor. You want McCaffrey. You want JSN. Okay, well, if you want all those guys, you're going to have to find a stack that maybe gets you a couple touchdowns and doesn't cost more than $15,000 for 3, I would say.
Yep. So consider that with however you're building lineups today. Blue Duck, well, thank you for the super chat. Feelings on Sam Darnold for FanDuel. Here's the FanDuel top stacks tool, Ben, over on Stokastic. And we have Seattle with the second highest top stack probability today. How about that? We have them pretty good in value score, 6th. We have them top 5 in stack rating. So they look good to me. You mentioned it earlier that you were willing to get to some of this as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's another team where it's like if you play you almost have to play JSN. Like, I don't know how you really do that if you don't. But I'm okay with it. It's a good game environment, and it could be a game that devolves. Last week, the thing that was most annoying about not getting to Ibuka and Baker was you were just going to end up on JSN by default in the game. Yep. And he brung another 30 points for you.
Also, if you guys want access to all of the tools, I can't tell you how easy it is to do. And you're doing it. I mean, it really is for free, right, Ben? Because the link in the description where it says sign up with any of our sportsbook partners, get the Sims free for a month, and as many of them as you want. Like if you're not on Caesars or Onyx, and some of these have great offers, or Fanatics or BetMGM, if you're in a non-legal betting state, Better, Sleeper, Underdog, click claim offer. You have to do that. Otherwise we can't track it. Click claim offer and then follow these steps. Sign up, deposit, place a bet. These deposits are minimum $5 or $10 deposits, guys. $5 or $10 deposits. After your bet settles or your lineup on a pick'em site settles, just take the screenshots of your welcome email and your first settled bet. Email us, not the books, at support@stokastic.com with the screenshots and tell us what you want. But you could sign up for 4 of these and you have 4 months. You could go, give me 2 months of NFL. So I get NFL all the way through mid-December. So you get the Thanksgiving slates, all of these other slates, Black Friday, every slate, every single tool. And you could be like, give me 2 months of NBA as well. On top of that, you've spent, what, $20, $30 signing up for these? When I say it's free, though, man, I understand there's a deposit, but all of these books either match your deposit or they give you bonus bets as well. So, like, it might be more than free to do it in this fashion.
You're just stacking value, on multiple different levels. It's a great idea to have bonus bets over that you can use to tail people on tails, make some of your own parlays, all that good stuff. On top of it, you have set yourself up to have the cutting edge tools that people are using to win big time money each and every week. There's no doubt about it. You've seen them, you see them on the show. So it's just a great opportunity, and it's a simple process. On the first look show where it's a little more laid back, we have so many people that just pop in and they're like, I signed up, it took me 10 minutes. I got my email. I can't wait to dive in for the next month with the Sims. I've seen them on the show. I've seen the screenshots. I've never had the chance to try them. And now I have them for a full month because I was able to get those boosts and promos from the site. And now I have this. So if you've been watching, you got slates on slates on slates. This is going to take you like right up to Thanksgiving. You secure a great part of the NFL season. And if you love it, do it again and you get another month. You can get multiple months of it. So it's just a great opportunity. We want to make sure people are aware of how to do it. If you're talking, no one can hear
you. Ralph hit me up on Twitter, got the Sims for free, signed up on BetMGM, immediately took down 400. Like the best is the low stakes. Like Pedro, I play low stakes for fun, got a month of free Sims core with Sleeper, signed up 2 weeks later, this happened. Like this is the type of stuff, the type of ROI. He played $1 in the quarter jukebox and like just straight. I'm not saying everyone's going to immediately win, but like if you're low stakes and you get to use these tools in low stakes contests, you can't beat that because there's no other site that's offering anything like this with these type of tools. Anyway, let's move it on. Next game up, as I mentioned, link in the description if you haven't done so yet. Dallas and Carolina. What do you want to do with the Cowboys and the Panthers here? 3-point spread. Cowboys favored on the road. I'm going to some Bryce Young and Teteroa McMillan. Jatavian Sanders was off the injury report. Now he's back on, and now he's not expected to play. I'm going back to Rico Dowdle. But here's the one thing I'll say, and then I want to hand this over to you. He told Dallas to buckle up, right? Kind of a revenge spot, whatever. I tweeted the other day. I was like, this is the spot where you bet the alt over at 150 for Dowdle, and you bet the alt under at 25, Ben. Because whenever you make these bold, boisterous claims telling the opponent to buckle up, you're either going to dominate them or they're going to shit on you, and people are going to be like, Dowdle told him to buckle up. So it can go one of two ways, but that workload last week was significant, and he's still sub 6K. I like Carolina today, as gross as it feels, and I like Dallas, particularly Javonte Williams.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely pieces of this game. We'll see. It's so tough because two things can be true. It feels a little. So this is why it's tricky with Dowdle. If you played him last week, obviously that was a good thing, and you see the price and you're like, I'm probably going to keep going. If you didn't play him, he crushed you, and you're probably like, well, I don't want to get crushed again. I should probably play him, and it is tricky. He grades out phenomenal. He's going to be one of, if not the highest owned player on the slate. I have a healthy amount. I don't want him to define the slate because as much as everything was all systems go last week, he ran for 200 yards. I mean, sometimes it just gets going on like 9 yards per carry. I like Carolina, though. I do have a little Bryce Young. Certainly, if you play him, McMillan is coming into those lineups with him as the alpha target on the outside. He's part of the whatever you coined, guys that need to score that can't score.
The drought buster parlay. Let's have some fun, man.
Parlay.
Him, Brian Thomas, and Stephon Diggs. It's over on tails. We boosted it north of 20-1.
I'm 1,000% tailing that. So I look forward to him hopefully finding the end zone. He had chances last week. It's an easy team for me to build, those three guys, and that's it.
I'll get to a little Tommy T.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, why not? I mean, Jatavian Sanders is out.
Who's this other guy?
Who?
I honestly don't know his first name, so I have to click in. Yeah, so I go, I'm like, oh, well, who the hell's Mike Evans playing tight end? But it's not.
Oh, Mitchell Evans.
Yeah.
Who's
that?
A guy.
A guy.
He actually has been involved a little.
That's what I mean. No joke. I'm half kidding, but I also am serious. It freaks me out a little because he's involved not in a playable sense, but in an annoying sense to Tommy Trimble.
You remember? I don't know where they used to do this, NFL Network, ESPN, or something, where it was like the "that helps no one" touchdown. It might have even been Red Zone. The "that helps no one." He's the "that helps no one" type of guy.
Yep.
Right. And I hate that. But Trimble did play 75+% of snaps in back-to-back weeks. I'd still prefer him there. I'm going to get to some Teterow McMillan, a lot of Dowdle. I'm just doing it. I have to this week. He's too cheap for me not to go back there. And I will get to some Bryce Young. It's gross, but that's my gross guy this week. I'm okay with it. And I like Javonte Williams. Miles Sanders is on the season-ending IR. This guy's proving, Ben, that he's good. He's playing really well. He's good. And he's 6,400. I'd argue he's still underpriced with the volume that he's seeing in this offense. No Sanders to take anything away. They're not going to work Jaden Blue into a significant role. He played 11 snaps last week. You're talking about a guy, Javonte, who's averaging almost 80% of snaps over the last 2 weeks. How at 6,400 against Carolina are we not intrigued by that? Dallas, once again, is a team I'm willing to target. Gross as it is, I like this game, both sides.
Me too. Javonte and even Pickens. Pickens is in a fine spot.
Pickens too, yeah.
These guys are going to get their chances. Ferguson, he's been really showing up, but price is starting to creep up. I don't like him nearly as much as it's funny because it's on the screen. I am just neutral on him, and his leverage is literally 0 right now. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just 0. So is what it is. Javonte, one of my favorite plays on the slate. Pickens, I'm fine with. This Flournoy guy, I don't think I'm going to be chasing that. I'd rather pay down for a Bucs wide receiver.
I think Flournoy is okay. No Turpin again. They don't have much, but not a priority. I'd play him over Tolbert, I think.
I would too. Yeah.
One quick question we should answer before we move on to the next game. And of course, Spags and Eric Lindquist coming up after this at 10:30. So be sure to stick around for that one. I tell you guys all the time, even if you're just listening in the background, build, because that's what I have to build my lineups after. Ideally, I would want to build my lineups earlier, but Ben and I build them afterwards in the hour and a half coming up. I always have those guys on listening to their takes. So if you're doing the same, make sure to keep this one running. Josh Van Van Duinen, play Young, McMillan, and Dowdle in a stack? I had to answer this because I'm sure I'm going to have some lineups like that in some of the 150 stuff. I don't love it though, because to me, this kind of feels like one of those games where if Bryce and McMillan and like Tremble go off, that maybe Dowdle is less involved. I'm not super confident with a guy like Bryce Young, who's not particularly good to begin with, that I want to attach his running back as well. I worry there's too much cannibalization there with a team that just isn't great to begin with, Ben. Other teams, I'm willing to do it. I'll probably have a little bit. I don't love this build.
It's better strategy for a team that, like the Lions, where you know there's so many touchdowns to go around, you don't need as much correlation. You can do it. I want to be clear. You absolutely can do it. It's a different way to get exposure to the game. That's more in like onslaught type builds for me. If you just think this game goes nuts, like alt over bets style, I get it, but I wouldn't do it.
Brandon Jones, Bryce Young is terrible. He's not going to all of a sudden be great. Listen, man, I can't stress enough how much you need to change this style of thinking. Like, there's a very good chance that he's not going to be good today because he's not great. You do not need Bryce Young to be great today in order for him to be viable. Bryce Young has not been good. He is not very good. If you played Bryce Young in week 2 against Arizona, you would have been in pretty good shape because he had 26 fantasy points and threw the ball a ton. If they fall behind and he has to do the same thing, he doesn't need to be great. Sorry, what's that, Ben?
No, I'm just saying one of his worst games and their worst game, they lost the Cardinals in week 2, and he smashed. He threw the ball 55 times. Like, being great. If you're a great player, all that means is that you're priced very high because you're a great player.
Yeah.
That's why we have salaries.
Yep. Keep it moving here. 3 games to go.
Yeah. Diggs or Ridley on FanDuel, I'd rather have Diggs.
Diggs or who?
Ridley.
So would I. Look, if Ridley has a big game, you're getting way different, especially if like Cam Ward wakes up. Yeah.
I have some, but more Diggs.
If you got like a 19 spot from Ward and a 22, just throwing arbitrary numbers out there from Ridley, and you're paying nothing for him, as long as you have a good build around it, you could be okay. In all likelihood, and as we get to this game right now, that's not going to be the case. But, you know, it's possible. You're getting some really cheap quarterbacks at this stage of the game, some really cheap quarterbacks. And you saw last week, I mean, Cam Ward is not very good. But he threw for 265. He turned somehow his own interception. They turned into a touchdown, Ben, which was like the shining moment of that play, of that game. But I think a little Ridley's okay. I don't know what to do with Pollard anymore. It's like you made a pretty astute point on Tuesday that even if Pollard gets a lot of work, this team just, unless he breaks one, the opportunities haven't been there for him. Like, they're not getting down to the goal line.
No, they're terrible. Again, they have no coach. Their lone win had nothing to do with them. It was Arizona absolutely imploding. Seen some flashes with the passing game, and I don't think you can judge Cam Ward at all yet because he's not gotten a fair chance.
Well, so I also don't think Matt Murphy can say he's actually a very good quarterback yet either. Like, the jury's still out. There is no world where you're like, no, this guy's just great.
Yeah, I think he's going to be good. But yes, the only thing I take from that sentence is the end. Fire Callahan. They don't have a coach.
We can 100% agree on that, Matt.
So we'll see. It's a team we're not getting much of, and I think that's probably reasonable. I have a little Ridley. Also, just because the Cardinals are on my mind, in typical Cardinals fashion, apparently Bam Knight is getting the start. So I want nothing to do with the backfield. Everything I said about Michael Carter, you could strike that from the tape.
Fair enough. I didn't plan on getting much of that anyway.
I mean, that's such a Cardinals thing to do.
Very much so. The only exposure here we're getting is Titans. Okay, fine. Honestly, that is fine with me. The Titans are 2,400. Geno's an interception machine. Do I want a quarter of my lineups having the Titans? Maybe not, but that's only because they lose the battle of attrition each week against other bad teams because their offense has been so bad and their coaching's been so bad. Your war of attrition, right? You understand what I'm saying here, right?
Yep.
Like the defense can only hold out for so long before they're on the field the whole game. And it doesn't help them.
Like, what are the chances that the Titans defense trots out there where the team's starting on like the 10-yard line? That happens at least once a game.
Another good offense, field position. Yeah,
it's not their fault. So it's tough. Just know what you're getting into. They're a reasonable, cheap defense.
Hey, Einsteinium. Good morning, brother. Nice to see you. Loughy, I hate to do this, but is Jacoby Myers a play since he's not chalk? Yes, he is. You guys, look, it doesn't matter to me. Say whatever you need to do. However it works for you, whatever makes you feel better about things. Ben, you could even say, go ahead, get down here and cue the booze on Jacoby Myers. I was filibustering there so I could find it.
Yeah, but, very nice.
But yes, Jacoby Myers is actually in play. The offense should be on the field. Michael Mayer is very much in play. And Genty's price is up, but he's in play too. I mean, it's a Titans defense that isn't that bad, but the offense has been so bad that the defense suffers. And as Ben put it, you might just have turnovers that put this Vegas team in really good field position. So, no, I think the Vegas Raiders are a viable offense today, no matter how bad it's looked. And outside of Ashton Genty, they're not that expensive.
Yeah, it's crazy because it's like if you would have told me beginning of the year or just even knowing what I know about Tennessee, at home, Geno Smith, 5,200, I would tell you crazy popular. How could he not be? He's just been terrible, so I get it. But I still have interest in the Raiders passing attack here. I have interest in the Raiders defense because everything you said about the Titans defense, I think is applicable to the Raiders defense. I know they haven't been great, and their quarterback's done them a disservice. But man, they're going to have opportunities. So the Raiders as a bad team, I'm still interested in. I think Mayer is the best play outside of the stacks. If you're just taking a one-off of a Raider, he fills out a cheap tight end position on a lot of different builds if you want it.
I like him quite a bit today. He's another guy where he's actually a pretty talented pass catcher. Got a lot of preseason training camp, summer hype. They like him. They were even using him alongside Brock Bowers. He got that concussion, missed 2 games. I'm with you. He's actually, the difference between Mayer and other guys is he's actually a pretty good player, and he's not just like some random fill-in for an injured good player.
No, he could be, and I'm just going to shout out Patrick here. He said, I love tails. I follow you fellas. Putting out great prop picks and bets. Thank you. You're welcome, man. You could see Michael Mayer on I'm going to be dropping some free bets right after this show.
Tails.bet.
Tails.bet. Give us a follow. But I think that Mayer's in line for some good work here. And you mentioned, it's not his fault that they drafted Bowers. It was too good to pass up. He was a reasonable, if they had to roll into the season with him, that's not the worst tight end in the league by any stretch. He's a fine player.
Eagles were tied to him. Not re-signing Goddard and grabbing on Mayer, and everyone in Philly was like, that's not okay. We could do that. Cincinnati at Green Bay. All right, man. 14.5 point spread. It did not move with the news that Joe Flacco would be taking over. It is amazing too. You sign him and 5 days later, this dude is starting. And then this poor guy's got to deal with Jamar Chase being sick.
So also, and this is not super related because I don't have a lot of interest in Flacco, and I don't know this. How many people, if any, have ever beaten he just beat the Packers? That was the team they beat. I know. So imagine if he beats them again
on 2 different teams within 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's insane. We had a lot of questions about Flacco relative to his interest. I don't see it. I think that's an unnecessary risk, personally.
Me too. Last week, when we always say who's our one stand, our one flag plant. Our flag plant, good player at low ownership, right? Mm-hmm. Not just you going, oh, I kind of like McCaffrey today. No, it's always who's our flag plant at low ownership that's a good player that can differentiate us. Mine was Jamar Chase last week.
Yep.
And it took a while for that to come. It looked really bad, dude. Jake Browning had negative at halftime. And then I had a lineup that almost took down the fair catch. I finished fourth.
Okay. Can we just circle back really quick here? How about Jake Browning? Who thinks that he's good? That would be nobody.
Exactly.
Did he factor in last week? He damn well did.
Straight Blaine Gabbert, Allen Robinson, garbage time style from like 2015. That stuff does happen. And I think, again, people's brains are wired to assume they can only play guys who are good. Football doesn't work like that, especially when you have good pass catchers. I don't think I'm going to Cincy here, though, today. I'm not going to try and catch lightning in a bottle twice. It worked well for me last week. I'm going to look elsewhere. What about you?
For me. Nope.
Okay. What about on the Packers side? I actually find this to be one of the most interesting spots. I've wanted to talk to you about this because you're getting a ton of Josh Jacobs. Jordan Love in the passing game, they're just going entirely overlooked. Like, Tucker Kraft is 12%. He's also very good, but Love is 6%. Wicks is 3%. You know, none of these other guys are Dobbs, and I'm not saying Dobbs is the best value, but he's not getting played. As 14-point favorites, what if they just blow them up in the passing game?
I mean, that'd be a very contrarian way. It seems a little narrow just in the sense, A, you need that to happen, and then I think you need Cincinnati to keep pace a little bit because this is a massive spread. This is getting to where blowout is reasonable, where I could say with decent confidence, there's a lot of scenarios where Jordan Love throws 0 passes in the fourth quarter. Like he's either on the bench or he's just handing it off to a multitude of backs. So I worry about the volume there. If I went to a Jordan Love stack, that's where I would look to T. Higgins or Chase. I think you need one of them to actually do something in this game.
Okay. I think you could go Josh Jacobs, Tucker Kraft, no quarterback. No
I agree with that. I'd rather do that.
That's a fun build, right? You get Kraft, who has like 2 touchdown upside. Josh Jacobs. I don't think many people are going to play the two of them together without Love and without any style of like game stack. So to me, that's interesting. And that's really all I have on the Packers. I like Jacobs. I like Kraft. And I like the pair of those two together. But that's it. Jeff Williams, can we take a minute? Ben, go ahead. You have a moment here while I switch games over.
Yeah, can we take a minute to talk about Old Dominion? That sums up my day yesterday perfectly. Just a team that's rolling, and they play Marshall, 14.5-point favorite, and they're just down 41. I didn't even know the game started. It was just 41-10, the wrong direction. So it's a grand opening, grand closing for Old Dominion. And UMass, shout out to my alma mater, who lost by 40 points to Kent State. Worst team in the country. I don't want to talk about that. I'd rather talk about this. I need to wash the Old Dominion pain away. That's what I'm talking about. Signed up on Onyx, went to Tails, 2 minutes, making some money, getting access to tools. I love it.
You trifecta it.
Yep.
You get the sign-up bonus on Onyx with an additional book to bet on. That's available in 40-plus states, by the way. It's a sweepstakes book. You get access to the Sims for free, and all of the picks on Tails are for free, so you can leverage all of that, parlay it into some bets with the free tools. It's a beautiful thing. All right, pull that off the screen for me, Ben. You've got Christian McCaffrey, Juwan Jennings, no Ricky Pearsall, and George Kittle has not been activated. I think Juwan Jennings is a really good play this week. We had that question earlier, like who are some guys that you would consider getting to it, like sub 10? We have 10, but I'm going to just say 10. Jennings is 4,800 on a pretty strictly priced slate. To me, without Ricky Pearsall, without Kittle, Jennings is a good player. We have learned he is a good player. I'm very interested in $4,800 Jennings at 10% against a very obvious pass funnel defense in Tampa Bay. I'm not sleeping on that, man. I want to get to Jennings this week.
Yeah, and I think the other part of it, we've seen that Mac Jones, it's not, I'm not going to get too granular. At best, though, it's not that big of a drop-off.
I don't think it is at all.
I know. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a huge situation. You've got McCaffrey, who's going to take some ownership, it's going to take some exposure. You can find a second or just another option for this team, and they're going to need it. Listen, Tampa, they pull every game out late, but Tampa seems to drag their opponents into these crazy games, and that's a good thing for these wide receivers like Bourne or Jennings. I get it.
For me, it's McCaffrey, Jennings, and some Jake Tongas. I might stack a little bit of Mac Jones if you're looking. I might stack Jones, McCaffrey, and Jennings. Like I actually, the more I think about this, I want some Mac Jones stacks in this spot because they're not going to do it on the ground with McCaffrey. And if they do, it'll be the first time in a long time that Tampa's allowed anything like that, Ben.
Yeah, I agree. And he can coexist. We saw last week. And McCaffrey has the Kamara and McCaffrey. He's done this for a while. Double-digit target upside.
Questions on Bourne from Keith and Chris. Fair question. You guys can do what you want there. I can only tell you where I'm going. I don't want to pay more for him than Jennings. And I don't really think he should be $1,300 more than Tongas with Jennings back. He had a great game. I'm not going to try and chase that with his price coming up as much as it did.
He's playable, but yes, I agree.
All right. Close us out. Tampa Bay, Emeka Ibuka, Rashad White with no Bucky Irving, no Chris Godwin, no Mike Evans. Can you give us the rundown here before we pass the baton over to Spags and Eric?
Yeah, I mean, credit to Baker, he's finding a way, and they are thinning out quickly. You've got Rashad White, who, yes, he end zone, TD equity help, but this guy, he's going to be busy. He can catch the ball. He grades out fantastic. Ibuka's price continues to rise, but he's justified it. I mentioned Tez Johnson earlier. I'm not in love with the play, but he is as cheap as you're going to find, and he's attached to an offense that someone's got to be out there. It doesn't necessarily need to be him, but it's got to be somebody. So Rashad White would be where I would look. I think that's where the field will look. Tampa's a solid team. I'd rather have pieces than the stack, but they've proven time and time again they factor into a lot of slates, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do again today.
Yep. All right. Appreciate you guys. I'm with you, but I don't have anything to add there. Like Ibuka, Rashad White, just on volume alone, those type of things to me are good enough. He was inefficient, but got multiple touches inside the red zone last week. Played 61% of 80% of snaps. To everyone saying it's Tucker. Tucker played 13 to Rashad White's 49 snaps. I mean, Rashad White, they want to use this guy. He's been the bell cow in the past before the emergence or even, the existence of Bucky Irving. I like it. Before we go, Ben, I should just let the people know, if they haven't gone to stokastic.com/HOF yet, downloaded one of these avatars, upload it wherever it is they play, they're missing out on the opportunity to get a free month of Sims Max if they finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more, no matter the entry. Quarter arcade. You finish top 3 in the quarter arcade, you have a free month of Sims Max. I think that's $200 value. But wait, you can win multiple times in a year. There's no better rewards program out there. And that picture of your dog, I'm sure he's cute, fluffy, and lovely, but he ain't winning the extra stuff. Second time, another month plus a free week of another sport. Third time in a calendar year, Sims All Access. And of course, the custom ring and display case, if you finish any 20K win, engraved, sent to you, spinning display case to commemorate that win. And you can when this ends up at your house and you put it on your desk, you now just become powerful to the point that people have to ask permission to speak to you.
Oh, wow.
It's not an opinion. It's just what people have told me. It empowers them to the point of no return. Anyway, appreciate you. Spags and Eric coming up next. Good luck today, guys. Ben and I will see you back here Tuesday morning on the First Look Show. Have a good one, and bye-bye.
You're muted, you idiot.
What a changeover. I thought the video was still going to get played. Loughy, no video. I need like 20 seconds. But anyway, that's what she said. I'm Eric Lindquist. You can find me at Eric Lindquist over on X. I'm hanging alongside my buddy Chris Spags. He's at Chris Spags. You should follow him right there. My dog, he doesn't even know why I'm talking now because I go from being silent for 2 hours to this. It's kind of like this Jets offense here at the moment. 11-10 there. Haven't scored a touchdown, and yet they are beating the Broncos, Spags. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, I've been trying to pay attention to the game a little bit, but getting lineups done has been more of a pain in the butt than usual today. But the Jets somehow win this game because of a holding in the end zone. That will be the most. Actually, no, they would still lose the game. That'd be the most Jets thing possible. But to win the game like that would also be the most Jets thing possible.
It absolutely would be. But you know what? We got ourselves a massive slate here for week 6. Lots of money to be won across the industry. DraftKings FanDuel. We'll break all of it down here like we normally do, going position by position: quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, defense, and then we'll build out some stuff in the single lineup sim as we get the heck on out of here. Just to throw it out there for the people right from the get-go, I know Loughy on our last show, sign up with our partners to get DFS Sims tool. I mean, if you're looking to jump in today, you have 80 minutes to be able to take advantage of this offer and then have the Sims for the entire week. We've got not just Sunday, but Monday, Thursday. There's a doubleheader on Monday for what it's worth tomorrow. It'd be an awesome time to jump in. If you haven't signed up for Underdog or, God forbid, DraftKings or FanDuel here yet, take advantage of it. Hey, DraftKings Pick 6, if it's available in your state as well, take advantage of this offer. We have all of the steps, super, super easy, 4 easy steps, and you can have the Sims as we start breaking it down live in front of you here on this program. But Spags, actives and actives, really good stuff. Quentin Johnston, didn't expect that one coming here all week long, but boy, oh boy, that matters to my lineups today.
You're definitely moving things around a little bit when you have the consolidated production you should get from Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen. I presume you'll have Trey Harris working in a little bit, but I don't think he's going to take the entirety of what Quentin Johnson leaves behind. Makes it a little more appealing to get to that stack today, especially given the fact they're playing Miami. But yeah, that changes things a little bit. I feel like the Mac Jones has been rising a little bit in the sim for me, so I'm trying to figure out how to get that right. But really, I think the slate for the most part, fairly straightforward. You have a lot of expensive guys. I think the pension is going to be to pay down. Wouldn't shock me to see a guy like Tez Johnson pick up a little more ownership than he probably should. Hunter Long, minimum salary tight end, filling in for Bretton Strange. It's like a weird slate because there's like the RB ownership in particular, Eric, is like consolidated in a way where I don't think you see very often.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it to some extent. Yeah, I guess last week it was the exact opposite, where there were so many running back plays and it was pretty difficult to like make the kind of stands that I wanted to make. Today, I think we kind of have that. I should also throw this out there. It's traditional live before lock where, we break down all the ins and outs. And something we haven't really talked about through 5 weeks is weather. We do have some dome spots. We have some other things. Is there anything that concerns you from a weather perspective on today's slate? I'm talking about one game in particular. I think you know which one.
Yeah, I think the people are concerned about nor'easter stuff in general. I mean, which game is it, the one that's affected? Because my answer is going to be the same as everything. The Vegas totals move. I pull the data in. The projections reflect things. But I know people worry about that stuff more, and I never want to double count stuff. Stokastic's projections have moved a little bit on a couple of games. Baltimore, I think. Is that the one?
Yeah, Baltimore one.
I honestly don't know which one is the game now that people are worried about.
There's 2 games that have most of the weather, but I will say the Dallas-Carolina one matters more to me. The Rams-Baltimore one, I was going to be lower, I think, on the field than just about everybody in that one. And then now we've seen the line come precipitously down, the total come precipitously down. Just one of those disgusting type football games where I don't think you have to completely unlock Puka Nacua here in this spot. I still think he's a really good play, don't get me wrong, volume alone. But Baltimore, do they have enough to keep this game remotely competitive? That was always going to be my big concern here. Maybe you do onslaught it. That's something that you can definitely think through, but we're going to think through this entire slate together with the help of the Sims tool. You're ready to dive in, my friend.
Yeah, and precipitously down, I feel like, is a bit of a stretch. It moved 2 points over the course of the entire week.
That's precipitously, sir.
I just feel like, again, the Vegas total accounts for it. I think people really overrate weather a lot. There have been massive passing games that have occurred in like massive snowstorms. There have been incredible games that have occurred in rain. It's not always Mac Jones throwing 5 times at a game because the Patriots were scared of the wind. I don't know. I just want to say that here.
The only time I've ever cared that much about it, I'm covering the bases. Notice how we haven't talked about it one time in 5 weeks because truly I'm on the same page as you. But I am very convinced that weather mattered for Buffalo, New England a couple of years ago when I saw field goals going backwards in pregame warmups. I was like, yeah, we're probably going to factor in some weather here today. So ended up being all right. But you think about the things, don't double count. I agree with you there. But let's start counting the quarterbacks that we want to be firing up here on today's main slate. Let's start with the expensive end, which there aren't really expensive quarterbacks on today's slate. Baker Mayfield, who has been playing, dare I say it, MVP level football to start off this season. Unbelievable stuff from him and Egbuka, the connection there. Baker Mayfield just consistently getting it done. Goes into Seattle, eviscerates what I think is a pretty decent defense. We did see Witherspoon for Seattle, something I want to keep in mind. Cornerback matchups, they don't matter that much, but good cornerbacks not being on the field matters. Witherspoon inactive for today, so keep that in mind. Obviously not applicable to this game. Justin Herbert, Daniel Jones. Who? Daniel Jones. Those are the three that we're looking at. Herbert's the guy that I have the most of in my personal builds, but not far behind is Daniel Jones, who I think gets a very key ingredient back this week in Alec Pierce. And I know that doesn't show up the way that it probably should in some capacity, but that guy can stretch a football field, and he doesn't fumble it before a goal line like Addy Mitchell after a ridiculous spin move, I suppose. But amongst these three they're all starting quarterbacks, but amongst these three expensive quarterbacks, Spags, who do you have your eye on the most?
Well, you left Dak out of the group too, so I'll say him out loud because I think that he's another one that did you run yours on? I can't see the screen. 25% to first.
I did.
Yeah, so that's why. So 35% to first, you'll start to get a little bit of Dak, who's pretty expensive as well at 6,500. I think Baker is my favorite play of the group. I have to say though that I did kind of just, I wouldn't say fade this group, but I did mostly when hand selecting lineups, not really choosing this group as much. I think it's a week where you can take your shots paying down all the way. And as I always caution here, and I think Loughy and Ben did a little bit as well on the last show, your first thoughts here, my first thoughts, everybody's first thoughts are going to tend to be a little bit chalkier and more representative of the field than you want that to be the case for. I do wonder if a lot of people are going to be curious about paying down this week because you don't have your Lamars, don't have your Josh Allen, don't have your Jaden Daniels is on the slate. Even the guys, Jalen Hurts, who we can all critique. You don't even have him here, so you don't have those elites that people are used to paying for. Really, we have to climb up right now. So this Kitty the dog climbs up. She's heard my voice and was like, I really need to get close to these shitty takes being given out. I just don't think we need to pay up this week. So that's really the main thesis I have. The Sims do kind of support that. Daniel Jones is coming up a lot in the Sim, but Baker Mayfield you're seeing under the field, Dak Prescott under the field, Justin Herbert under the field. Herbert, I think the case is strong. The fact that you lose a key running back in Omarion Hampton, you also lose Quentin Johnson, who's had the most touchdown equity. But the Chargers also been playing down in competition too, so I don't think that's an easy click. I'm cool not playing these guys, but the Sim getting the most Daniel Jones, more power to the Sim users today.
Avi Schreier, $1.99 on a Thursday to Monday slate would be heavy on San Francisco, Kansas City, Detroit. Yeah, I 100% would be. If you go over here to OddsShopper, if you go over to our live odds page that we have rocking for you here, you go to the game lines. Do you know the total off the top of your head here for Kansas City, Detroit? Because I believe earlier in the week, I know it was in the 50s.
It was, I think it moved down a little. Beginning of the week, it was at 49.5, and now it's actually, no, it moved up to 52.
52.5, 51.5, best available over at ESPN Bet right now. So take advantage of the Sims. Obviously, we'll have all of the slates for everything there, but I got to imagine with a 51.5 total, as many offensive pieces and Patrick Mahomes specifically, I think it's probably one of the most appealing tournament quarterbacks on that Thursday to Monday slate, getting to Mr. Mahomes. Who you're going to stack him up with is always the question. And God, I mean, thank God he's not on a main slate. The number of naked Mahomes lineups that end up working out is always just absolutely disturbing to me. But 51.5 total, pretty big one there, Spags. If you're playing Thursday to Monday, hard to imagine not having some of that game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, look, I am not a Thursday to Monday player. I'd prefer to play the primary slates, but certainly the advantage a lot of times on those larger slates is playing games that aren't on the main slate because they tend to be a little bit lower owned. So certainly thinking that way is not a problem.
All right, stop it, Eric. Can we stop spelling my name E-R-I-C-K? That would be great. Oh, great. There's another one. Eric exaggerating again. When have I ever exaggerated?
I can't think of a single time.
Great answer. I haven't had my awkward moment of silence yet. Matt Gajeski.
I don't think that was deserved.
I don't think it was deserved that they don't spell my name correctly.
Well,
okay, now we're just trolling. Now we're just trolling. This isn't funny anymore. It's not funny anymore. In control, like animal, like animal. We've got quarterbacks all over the place here in the 5K range, and I want to get a little bit more granular than just say, who do you like, Spags? Because I know we can kind of get by rote by this week, by week 6 here, where we kind of do things by rote. Very nice vocab word for the people out there today. Yes, like precipitous. My precipitous is different than Spags' precipitous, and that's fine. That's fine for everybody involved. But Drake May, Stephon Diggs combinations, Stephon Diggs and Hunter Henry doubles. Is there any other way that you want to be utilizing Drake May on today's slate? Because, like, for me, I look at Mac Jones, and he's not showing up all that much in the Sims, but he's less than half the ownership right now of a Drake May. And Juwan Jennings should be in a really good spot to smash with the absentees of everybody there. Jake Tungus has been really, really good himself. There's so many different ways where I can stack him up in addition to Christian McCaffrey there. Is there anything that you're doing specifically different with a Drake May style lineup today? Because he is such a good play. He is very, very cash viable, but I'm having troubles in tournaments talking myself into getting over the field on him purely because I feel like all of my lineups that have Drake May look like everybody else's.
Yeah, look, I'm not buying the Stephon Diggs renaissance. He still only played 30 snaps last week. And I think, he talked really heavily about the revenge factor being key to him. You probably saw the memes, the evil eye he gave to Josh Allen, who I think reports were that he feels like threw him under the bus at some point with the organization. It was one of those things that I think is a bit of an outlier, kind of like the high usage guy getting revenge in a basketball game. It can happen. Even though it's not a data point that you point to, I think that's what occurred. I don't think that makes Drake May versus, to Diggs like a stack I want to get to a bunch. Hunter Henry I could buy into a little bit because he's still playing a bunch. We've seen him spike before. We've seen him also have an appreciable floor, so that kind of keeps the price and the overall ownership in check. But I think to me that's it. Like Drake May to Hunter Henry is the most appealing. Sim really seems to love the Stokastic Sim loves Drake May. 17% exposure. Really this price point with Drake May and Daniel Jones. Overall 39% of the top 150 I got a few minutes ago rerunning the Sim. It's a lot of ownership for this price point. I'm actually, this is gross, a little more comfortable playing the other QB in Drake May's game than Drake May. But I think I get it. Drake May plays well. It's hard to stack him up. He doesn't run as much as he should. He's like one of my least favorite fantasy QBs, even though I admit the results are better than I would certainly like to see as a Jaden Daniels fan.
I will say you and I are doing the same thing with Spencer Rattler. I mean, you can see down here, these cheapies are just getting pulverized in the Sims. Sub 5K, the amount that they get into your lineup, the other skill position players, it ends up just looking very lucrative to me. And I think there's about no chance Spencer Rattler gets steamed up the way that, by the way, did you see Darren Waller's ownership projected across the industry last week? And then what his actual ownership ended up being?
I did not catch what his actual ownership was because I was at wedding stuff, so I wasn't paying that.
So he was 3% projected across the board. I think we actually were the highest in the entire industry, right around 4% on Darren Waller. He was north of 13% in every single GPP I looked at. He was at 15%. So we have to remember that even though we have over 4,000 people watching between YouTube and Twitter right now, or X, whatever Elon wants me to call it, we are still in a very small bubble. And I know people say that on best ball streams. You say that on best ball streams all the time, is that we still have our concentrated bubble. We are still a small piece of what is going on across the industry today. And I just don't see a public user logging into DraftKings and clicking on Bryce Young or Spencer Rattler's name. That's what it comes down to, Spags.
I agree with you. I mean, and that's part of my logic on it. The chat's talking about playing some other cheap guys as well. Yep. Joe Flacco doesn't sim well at all, but candidly, I built some single lineup sims with Flacco because he's going to drop back 45 times, and team total doesn't support it. But Jamar Chase is under 5% owned. Flacco's going to drop back a bunch. I'll take that shot, even though I personally believe Flacco is actually a lateral move from Jake Browning at best. I just think it's a week for cheap QBs. Maybe every DFS player who has that DFS brain will play Rattler, play Bryce Young, play Joe Flacco, play Chastain Dylan Gabriel. You can talk yourself into these guys because they allow you to do a lot of stuff with the structure that I agree casual players shouldn't get to as much. But frankly, the casual player thing, what are they going to play this week? There's a lot of things that I think the casual players like that the ownership maybe isn't all the way projecting quite as much.
There's a part of me that thinks Drake May comes in crazy popular. He just beat Buffalo in prime time. He looked phenomenal. He's played
12
very
fantasy
well.
points.
Doesn't matter. What I'm getting at is that he just kind of like stands out as like a dude the public is going to back in this spot. And again, this is not in any way, shape, or form something that I want to go like on a crazy tangent about, because I just simply have that Darren Waller ownership number that I could not believe. And it came straight off of a primetime spot, 2 touchdowns scored. Impossible based on price, probability, everything to project him where he landed last week. And it's just one of those things in the back of my head that I've wanted to keep conscious of this week as I'm building lineups, where it's like, where are the spots? I do think the spots probably exist at the wide receiver position more than any other position. Running back, very hard to poke holes in some of the chalk that we're going to get to there, although Rico Dowdle maybe is just bad, but looked all right last week with over 200 yards, I suppose. But how do you look at this mid 5K tier of quarterbacks then between Drake May, Mac Jones, Sam Darnold? The public, I do not think, is going to be playing Aaron Rodgers, Geno Smith based on what we've seen at all. That makes them somewhat appealing, although I just think that there's much better plays, just raw fantasy points, as you can see there. 20 for Drake May, 20 and change for Daniel Jones. Wild times to say both of those things out loud, but 5K range. Who are your favorite targets to be getting to there, I suppose, that aren't Drake May?
Yeah, I mean, Mac Jones, I like more than the sim gave me. He got 1% Drake, 1% Mac Jones, now he's on the brain, compared to the field's 5%. That said, some of the top ROI lineups in the Stokastic sim I ran with 35% to first, I did have Mac Jones up top. Juwan Jennings' price tag's a little bit low. And one thing that people, I think, maybe underrated at the end of last year for the Jaguars during Mac Jones' run, where Brian Thomas is going nuts fantasy-wise, is how Mac Jones continually finds a way to sustain, 1-2 top receivers everywhere he's been. That should be Juwan Jennings now. Maybe the Kendrick Bourne stuff carries over a little bit more. But, overall, the course of the year, like Juwan Jennings, and going back to last year, has commanded targets at a better rate. I think he can step in and be a natural stack partner at under 5K to pair, with a McCaffrey, Mac Jones lineup with just Mac Jones himself. So I like Mac Jones the most. Darnold's coming up a lot for me sim-wise as well, with JSN being so highly projected. And that's not just Stokastic, that's industry-wide, where he's basically, the chalk receiver, if not Puka Nacua. He's another guy you can naturally get to. We saw him hit last week with JSN and AJ Barner. There's some top ROI lineups with Darnold, JSN, and Cooper Kupp. I think the match versus Jacksonville, that being a pick'em, or basically a pick'em game, that's one where it should be competitive enough that I don't hate Darnold either, but this range is good. I still like the cheap range, the super cheap dumpster dive range a little bit more. But I think Mac Jones, Darnold, credible plays, not so much into Aaron Rodgers, Geno. But I think you can make a case for those guys in particular, Geno.
Yeah, I mean, the negative 29.3% simulated player ROI on Aaron Rodgers kind of stands out. I don't hate DK Metcalf today. I'm not in love with him. It sounded like Loughy and Ben were pretty on board with DK Metcalf at his current ownership. I'm okay with it, but like, I really don't feel like trying to mix in Jaylen Warren and all these guys into some of these stacks where I just find Aaron Rodgers very, very unnecessary, especially when you can play guys like Bryce Young and Spencer Rattler. So that's what we're going to do, Spags. Tell the people why are we getting to these 4K players? Why are the Sims giving us so much of them? And why are we absolutely going to do it today?
So I think for Rattler, the stuff that stands out to me, and I actually had like a monologue on my Splash Play channel this morning where I've been like, Rattler seems like he's going to break out any week now. And I said this, I think, before the Buffalo game, and the total was pretty bad then. It's a much better total this week at 21.3 implied points. Rattler's underlying numbers aren't that bad. He's not super efficient. That's the biggest flaw he's got. Negative 0.06 EPA per pass, not where we wanted to be. Flat 0 EPA per drop back. It's not good. It's basically flat average compared to every player who's ever played QB in the league. But he's starting an 85% catchable ball rate. Like, he's not turning the ball over under pressure. He's handling it well. Only a negative 0.35 EPA on those plays. It's like he's doing all the stuff you look for. The results just haven't been there. And every week, if you follow those expected fantasy points, Twitter handles, things like that, it's always Chris Olave up top. Like, he's getting targeted at a crazy amount, getting 30% target per route run. Juwan Johnson still playing 60-ish snaps a game. Rashid Shaheed, we know, is a big play upside. We saw him spike recently enough. But if they put it all together here versus a New England defense that's really not very good. Mike Vrabel teams going back to Tennessee, terrible in the secondary, terrible downfield in particular, but terrible in the secondary. Same case this year. it seems like a spot in a dome as well. You want to worry about nor'easters. You don't have to worry about that in New Orleans. A lot of things come together here where if Rattler doesn't do it this week, I mean, there's like maybe a couple of the matchups, Cowboys, Miami, maybe Jets, where you hope he can. But this is one of the spots where you kind of should be able to do it if he can do it.
Yeah, an 87-yarder against, or last week it was against the Giants. Rashid Shaheed just completely nuclear. And I do have some Rashid Shaheed interest again, just with how much Spencer Rattler as I have. I am hoping some breakdown in coverage, something of some extent there. Chris Olave, obviously the easy companion to bring along for the ride for things. I will say this. I think the most interesting part about why it is that I think Spencer Rattler's floor is just elevated. 6 and 6 rushing attempts the last two. I know it's not exactly the easiest, like, oh, only 6 rushing attempts, and it's not like he was running a ton before, but like those tiny little bits of increment, like anybody who's sub 5K that has any rushing equity on top of, a game environment that I think has a chance to maybe shoot out, you always have to respect that to some extent. How many times have we been on this show over the course of the years talking about 4K quarterbacks where I'm like, I get it. You don't love it, but it's a 4K quarterback. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, first guy who comes to my mind, where it's like, yeah, I get it. You probably don't like the click. He's an awful quarterback. He cannot throw, but the rushing floor is somewhat there. I'm not saying Rattler's crazy with it, but like 6 rushing attempts last two, I would absolutely take that today.
Well, people like cream themselves over Drake May's rushing upside. And he's running 4.8 times per game. Rattler runs 4.2. It's like, it's people just sometimes have these visions of guys in their head. And it's not to say that Rattler's going to outscore Drake May today or that he's a substantially better play. Like the Sims are giving you similar amounts, but it's that we have these ideas in their heads of players sometimes, and we just kind of stick with them. And in reality, it shifts and adapts. And I think I agree. Like Rattler, he's pure playground ball. And I would hope this is a spot where he can make that pay off, but I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't, but I'm going to pay with my own money to find out.
Yep, that's how I'm going to go about it here as well. Speaking of paying with your own monies, this is always good too. We can make you some monies over at Tails. If you guys head to tails.bet, tails.bet/Lindy, if you're looking for any of my goodness, we got guys posting all throughout the day. Not just people we have in-house here, as you can see, Greg Ehrenberg, but my guy DK DFS throwing out lovely streams for the people and all of the people in his community. Bob Krakenberger here, Crack Wins, having an opportunity to fire up Travis Hunter here. These are all completely free to you on the picks feed. As you can see over here on the left side of the screen, you simply go there. We also have the leaderboard rocking now for the people as well. So many great opportunities, the heater, the trending, the most likes, so many different ways for you to be able to find and explore new bettors, new people who can help make your life easier, find you bets for every single game. And there's so many improvements coming soon. My guy Jedi Mode, I always love to see that. Want to give him a shout out as well. Used his profit boost on Caesars with a couple of different touchdowns thrown together there. Keenan Allen, McMillan, Kraft, really good stuff that you can get completely free at tails.bet. So head on over there. Would love for you guys to check it out. All right. Anything else at the quarterback position? Because Trevor Lawrence is somebody whose name we haven't brought up yet, and he is very cash viable across the entire industry. I'm playing him on FanDuel cash, and then on DraftKings, I'm going to Drake May, where it's only the $800 difference. On FanDuel, we're talking $1,100, and I just kind of like the builds that I got to with Trevor Lawrence. That money was able to get to Trey McBride at the tight end position on FanDuel, things of that nature. But how do you feel about Trevor Lawrence coming off of a pair of rushing touchdowns, and now we've got 18 and change? This is one of the lower projections, I think, that I've seen across the industry here right now. What's your Trevor Lawrence interest to round out quarterback?
I didn't get there very much, and the sim didn't force me there either, so I was kind of happy to see that. But I got 7% in the top 150. I personally didn't choose any of the Trevor Lawrence lineups up top, or at much volume, rather. I'd rather go to Bryce Young. I'd rather roll the dice on guys a little bit cheaper. I think Trevor Lawrence's big game, if people saw it, primetime TV against the Chiefs, it's about as high-profile of a spot as you can get. But it was like still pretty flimsy. It was him running more, taking production away from the run game that should, naturally flow there. He should also theoretically pass more to his guys and get the ball through the air. In that respect, I like the game environment. So like if you're playing Trevor Lawrence, it's just kind of a personal choice thing that I think I can get away with not playing him. But I think in this spot, he'll be a little bit higher owned. I mean, projected for 11%. Stokastic has him being one of the highest owned QBs of the week. But frankly, wouldn't shock me if he were closer to 10 to 15 because the price point is low for a guy who just probably looked the best he's looked in his career. And again, it was still flimsy. He literally fell on the floor, tried to pass the ball, and then ran for a touchdown. Like, I don't know I don't know how much more we can ask for him to get above expectation.
Yeah, just to round out quarterback here too, looking at some of the stack exposures of the top 150 that I built out in the Sims here today. You got Bryce Young, Spencer Rattler, a lot of those being two-man pieces or, two pieces coming along for the ride from their spots. What I find interesting about Trevor Lawrence, almost all of them are like ones, like QB ones, and he's so cheap, but it's basically just hoping Brian Thomas reclaims a ceiling. Whatever is going on with the Travis Hunter piece, I'm not sure what to make of it entirely. Hunter Long, I suppose, as a complete punt definitely makes sense if you're going towards those QB2 builds, but like I do like getting to some of these cheapies. Just the builds that I'm getting with Daniel Jones doubles, even Bryce Young doubles. There's just less I have to get right with the lineup there. QB1s, Trevor Lawrence, probably going to be the path that I take in a couple of my lineups there, but I'm just not in love with his stack partners, Spags.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you. I mean, it's two things for me, really, that I think he's going to be the cash game QB of the week. And frankly, he's probably the first guy you should look at, I think, to put in for those kind of builds, unless you want to pay all the way down and roll the dice. He's at a really nice price point for what he is. But yeah, like if you're going to play him, stack him up more. People just, I think, are not buying in the pass game enough. Not a ton of ownership expected to go to the pass game, but a Hunter Long, Brian Thomas stack can work out pretty well. Probably tough to play Diami Brown, Travis Hunter on a main slate. But if you're playing 150, I could see getting some of that. I don't think he's a totally unappealing play. The price point is really the main thing for me, even though I'm not personally a believer in week 6.
I am a believer today at the running back position in Christian McCaffrey. That is for damn sure. Taking on Tampa Bay, and he's going to be an extension of the run game. That's kind of what I've gone back to. I talked about it a little bit on Lindy's Leans, Likes, and Locks on Friday, recording in the NFL streets from a betting perspective, but Vita Vea, you try to take him out of a football game. You try to take Tampa Bay. What they are capable of doing is stopping the run. San Francisco is running almost just by default right now because it's like, hey, we should kill some clock here potentially, or things of that nature. They're not actively trying to get anything done on the ground. I don't know if you feel the same way as I do about that, but like Christian McCaffrey is just an absolute wagon when it comes to receiving volume. And I kind of like that we didn't get a complete nuke from him last time out. I'm not super trepidatious about the weather there in Baltimore, but I am worried that the Rams don't have to go completely nuts there. Puka Nacua, him and Christian McCaffrey, both extremely expensive. I prefer the McCaffrey side of things for this week for sure. But amongst these two 8K guys, I mean, Jonathan Taylor, we are way below him if you're utilizing the Sims because of some of these other running back plays that exist. But McCaffrey, he's one of those guys that I'm barely over the field here in this build. I can tell you one thing. My personal build has a lot more Christian McCaffrey Spags.
Yeah, sim-wise, basically got him holding hands of the field, 30% compared to 31%. In terms of lineups I selected, I did go heavier on McCaffrey. I think this is one of those things we were talking about before with Darren Waller. I think the field's going to play Jonathan Taylor as much as McCaffrey, if not more, potentially. Yep. I think people are afraid. You can see it in the chat. People are afraid of the matchup. Oh, it's a pass funnel. It's going to be shut down the run. The reality is that the Niners are shutting down the run on their own. They're not playing very well in the run game, but they're feeding McCaffrey now 10.4 targets a game, a 31.7% target per out run rate, which is like elite for a receiver. It's crazy for a running back that he's had it this deep in the season at this point. But, like he'll still get opportunities. He's getting 28.6 intended touches a game. That's a crazy amount of volume. Whether it's more targets, great. For a full point PPR site, it makes it an even better play. And for Jonathan Taylor, he's a great play as well, but definitely not going to have 3 touchdowns every week like he did, and I think people are going to assume too that Arizona doesn't come to play in that game. Whereas McCaffrey, competitive environment, I expect Tampa Bay to be in this one till the end, and the Niners as well. And McCaffrey's playing really well as a volume back. I think the efficiency could be better. He should score 1 rushing touchdown at some point. He literally has none on the year. But he's, I think, the best play on the slate. And I'm frankly surprised the sim isn't more in favor of him because he and Puka are like the perfect PPR scams at their positions. And, they're going to be owned. They're expensive, but I think they both are really deserving of the ownership this week.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is the forgot about Dre game here for Christian McCaffrey, who just routinely puts up low 20s. And now we get a Super Saiyan ceiling from him where a couple of touchdowns come along for there. He hasn't had a rushing touchdown the entire season. It hasn't mattered, Spags. That's the whole thing, is that this team is not actively worried about getting anything accomplished on the ground. That is just my firm belief. You can agree with it, disagree with it, say what you want about it. But Look at his yards per carry he's had through the first couple of weeks, too. 2.6, 2.9, 3.1, 4.2, 3.1. His long carry is 15 yards on the entire season. He has not had a single rush outside of 15 yards. And you know what? He still is waiting in the wings for one game where something breaks his way. And yeah, I'm definitely going to be there in a big way. I know he's already got ownership, so it's not like I'm talking about some low-owned play, but these are the kind of plays where I'm going to take him from 30 to 60%. I'm going to take him to a place where I'm absolutely going to get rewarded if people play more of the JT side who does not have that reception volume floor.
Yeah, I'm same page as you. Like, look, Jonathan Taylor, great play, but a very, touchdown dependent. The touchdown work's going to be there for him. But McCaffrey, if there's any reason that casual players won't play him because they're like Vita Vea, like everybody, you say your play Tampa Bay, it's immediately the chat, somebody pops out, Vita Vea, they have to yell it from the mountaintops.
It's a fun name.
It's a cool name and it's 7 letters. It's not a lot to remember to show ball. But like for Christian McCaffrey, he can literally get 15 catches in this game and it wouldn't be a shocker. And even if he doesn't get touchdowns, he's playing like dog shit in the run game anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's all bonus. If he scores a rushing touchdown today, great. He's a really strong play. Whether he hits or not today, he's a strong play. All
right. Now, everything I just said about Christian McCaffrey, I'm not going to amend it by any means, but hi, Josh Jacobs. How are you this fine day? We've got Devon Achane, Ashton Genty hanging out here in this same kind of range, this mid to high 6Ks and then 7K range here. Basically, Achane and Jacobs on an island. But talk to me about Josh Jacobs, because I think if there's one player that I'm going to change my allocation of between now and lock in the next 50 minutes, which, by the way, hit that like button for us, probably going to be Josh Jacobs. Let's talk through this one because Cincinnati, undeniably, just an absolute dog shit defense. There's not a lot else to say. We all know it. You all know it. Green Bay knows it. And LaFleur, damn LaFleur, you're definitely one of those guys who has rigged Josh Jacobs hard in these kind of spots. But 7,300, we have him projected right around 28, 29% ownership. Double the field in the Sims here. Are you on board with that? Or do you want to be around the field? Or are you thinking undercutting? I'm having a very difficult time how to handle Josh Jacobs, who is undeniably the bell cow for Green Bay.
You mean sim-wise, I got a crazy amount of Josh Jacobs in the latest run. 67% is what I got there. I ended up with more than the field, but not nearly that much. It's a really big stand. It makes sense. Really this week, I mean, if you're still alive in an elimination pool, Green Bay is your pick of the week. Obviously, this total for Cincinnati being a 14-point dog on the road, that's kind of the perfect running back game script. Jacobs himself gets 5.5 red zone opportunities a game, 3.3 of which are inside the 10-yard line. So he's in the range where he should be. And Cincinnati, like Eric mentioned, just can't defend anything. They don't defend the run well. 0.05 EPA per rush allowed. In the red zone, it doesn't stiffen up. They give up 0.05 there, which is towards the higher end. Most teams do kind of stiffen up in the red zone. They don't really. So for Josh Jacobs, it makes all the sense in the world where he'd get there. The flaw, I think, relative to him is that, there are guys in the slate you can go to who I think have similar opportunities, similar projections. Rashad White, you can pay down for. You can go down to Rico Dowdle and hope that you get that game script right for him again. But I think for Jacobs, to me, he's like the better version of Jonathan Taylor, where huge touchdown equity, huge team total. That's there for Jacobs, but he happens to be $1,200 cheaper. So basically in lineups where I didn't play Taylor, had a lot higher likelihood of paying Jacobs. And I think that's probably the way I would say most people should approach it on the slate, whether he hits or not.
I'm with you. I'm going to be a little over the field, but not nearly to the 62% range. I think Josh Jacobs is a good play, but he has got to get there. 150, 2 tutties, the receiving volume, the floor that you get with the McCaffrey there, as well as anything that could be a bonus in the ground game. I think it just bears out for me that Josh Jacobs is the guy that I'm going to trim down a little bit based on where we're at. And that leads me into, I think, the prime GPP range of the entire slate. This upper 5s, lower 6s running back spot, Spags. We got to get some of this right. We have Kyron Williams, 6,300. Javonte Williams, 6,400. We have Rashad White coming off of evisceration and know that he gets the entire backfield. He won me some money in the betting streets as well as DFS last week. I'm happy with him. Even Quinshon Judkins. I know it's disturbing, but Mina Kimes, I think, is actually a really brilliant NFL announcer, and she broke down a lot of what teams are doing against Pittsburgh's defense. and just running away from TJ Watt. You run away from Watt and life becomes exponentially better for you. Quinshon Judkins has juice. I love watching this guy run. I did at Ohio State, and boy, oh boy, is he showing out here already. 5,900. He's a guy that I'm going to boost to get north of this 6% type number here and find some more of him. Travis Etienne, I think, is still pretty interesting at 5,900. And Rico Dowdle, double the field there too. There are so many ways to play this range of running backs. Let's start with Javonte and Kyren here in the upper sixes. Spags, between them, I'll throw Rachaad White in as well here. Amongst these 6K running backs, who do you find yourself landing on the most? Because Sims, basically overweight to all three.
Yeah, Javonte, it's sort of hard to critique at this point. I mean, he's playing incredibly well. He is a player that Stokastic has projected incredibly well around the industry. He's also really projected incredibly well because you're losing Miles Sanders. Jaden Blue has not flashed enough yet. Hard to say he's going to be on the field even as much as Sanders was, let alone consolidate both those roles for himself. And, you know, Javonte has been rock solid, efficient in terms of EPA, 0.2 EPA per rush, getting 3.6 red zone opportunities a game, 2 of which are inside the 10-yard line. He's also getting 4 targets a game. So nice little PPR scam on top. I think with Javonte, he's the one that it wouldn't shock me to see the field squeeze ownership a little bit because it felt like the field didn't want to play him last week. And it was kind of a perfect game theory situation versus the Jets to go to him, try to fade some of the pass game production, or at least you take a little bit less of it. And people weren't there. I don't know if that maybe people try to course correct this week, but it wouldn't shock me to see him come a little bit less owned. And I got, 39% in my sim and have a similar amount in the lineups I chose out of it. So I'm cool with that number. The one thing I would say to try to not do, because it does occur naturally projection wise, I don't think you want to play Javonte and Rico Dowdle in the same lineups that comes up. Yeah, like it shouldn't work that way. And I know this is Eric. I don't know if this is a thing you care about normally, but like it is an old school DFS thing. Don't play the 2 RBs in the same game. They hit, and I'm cool doing it if not everybody's going to play it. But it seems like the field might play them too much together, and just like you could just not do that on the slate.
I think Mina Kimes is way sharper at football than you, AJ Verse. You fucking troll. Stop it. Get help. Anyway. What are we talking about? She knows so much more about football than either of you. It's not even funny. Oh my God. We're not even going to get into that. Whatever. Let's continue on our merry way, shall we? I'm with you. I was going to bring up the Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle kind of situation as far as like putting them together. They both are on the field so much right now in their current situations that it's hard for me to say that it's not something that I'm going to do in some lineups. I kind of naturally just let it occur. I mean, 67% of the snaps for Rico Dowdle, I would say I could make a case to potentially undercut it a tiny bit. It's not like you're getting a discount on him at 5,800, but boy, oh boy, he got all the rushing work. So Spags, I mean, this is just one of those spots where I think you can get to him where the price points are, but it's still not exactly free by any means to be able to fire it up. So I don't really have anything else to add between those two. Is there any contrarian running back you get to? Because I do think Jaylen Warren's at least interesting as a standalone play. And he's sitting at right around 6% in the Sims here in that run that I made. I gave him a little bit of a boost. And I want to make something from New England work, but it would appear that Mike Vrabel hates Henderson's face. Like just his overall disposition. Maybe he has like, no attentiveness in meetings or something. Because why Travion Henderson cannot get more work, I don't understand. Because Ramondre Stevenson cannot hold on to a football. God forbid, we are at war, and the only thing that could possibly happen is you have to hold on. You have to hold on to that football, or we'd all die. We're dead because Ramondre Stevenson can't do it.
I think it's funny that Ramondre, like he could fumble twice in a game, and they're like, "Yeah, Travion, you're still not like good enough to get on the field."
I know. It defies
logic.
logic.
People keep wanting to play Travion. It's like until we see them actually go, yeah, we're gonna not play this guy. I just couldn't get on there. I'm with you on Jaylen Warren though. I worry that Gainwell having the monster game, you have to earn a little bit more of a share. Same thing would have been the case if Chuba came back this week for Carolina. I would expect him to cede a little bit of work to Rico Dowdle because you don't have a lot of 200-yard rushers or guys who do what Gainwell did in Europe. So I think that does earn you something of a share. For Jalen Warren, I agree. Like at the price point, he's a nice pivot. Chase Brown does not come up very much sim-wise, but Joe Flacco has been previously a PPR scam for his running backs. You guys might remember when Dylan Sampson actually looked fantasy relevant in the first couple weeks. I think that's worth a look, even though, again, sim-wise doesn't come up at all. Probably not worth much of a look. But I'm really comfortable with Rico. I think I'll just to kind of cement that a little bit more because he's a guy that last year, Dallas was so like dead to rights with that team last year when Dak went out, everybody was hurt. He kept putting up 100-yard games over and over and over again. And I was not the biggest Rico dude coming into the year because kind of seemed to me like a coin flip, whether Ezekiel Elliott or Rico would just get the workload because the Cowboys are kind of a dumb team. But in reality, Rico was good enough to ice Zeke and whatever historical vet obsession the Cowboys have had. And then this year, again, he gets out there, plays a better game than Chuba Hubbard's played his entire life. So for Rico, I'm willing to be there. To me, the big thing is really didn't want a lot of Javonte and Rico together because it occurs very easily, naturally. Other sites out there, your cash game build will be Javonte and Rico plus Rashad White. I think trying to get away from that construction a little bit is probably a wise move.
All right. Which is the better troll? So 9797. Spags is the Mina Kimes of the show. Eric is the Mark Sanchez. So that's option number one. So everybody who thinks that this is the best troll, when I ask you to, put one into the chat. This is only for the OG people. Eric Lindquist, Sonny Michel, 3 touchdowns today. That is a brilliant troll. I'm going to put 2 in the chat right now. So that's what I'm going with. But 1 or 2, I will remind you, I'm being compared to Mark Sanchez in this one, who I don't know how I feel about that right now. Or
I think
Sonny
1 was
Michel, 3
completely
touchdowns
fair
today.
and accurate, and 2 is also pretty accurate and fair. So it's a tough choice.
Sean Preston, that's so genius of a troll. I haven't heard that one in a while. That's how you know Sean Preston's in the streets on a daily basis. But oh my Lord, everybody. It's so good. Chat is flying. 1, 2, 1, 2. I mean, they're just both fantastic trolls outside of, I don't know. I don't want to probably be Mark Sanchez right now, which is probably the first time anybody's probably said that because being Mark Sanchez was probably a pretty good gig until now.
He was accused of some bad things in college that kind of just went under the radar because I remember because I was at USC and he initially did not play in college because he had some allegations that I don't know. But in 2025 would have been a much bigger deal. So it's not surprising to me to see. It's surprising to see him beating up a guy and getting stabbed. I'll say I'm still surprised by that, but not okay.
If that was like on the if that was on the Mark Sanchez, like it doesn't shock you spectrum, like that would be pretty wild to me, but did not know that about him at USC. But yes, for those who don't know, Chris Spags, proud alum of his USC Trojans, bringing the fight back.
We beat Michigan. We beat
I know
Dave Portnoy. Boo. USC up, Michigan down.
Well, anyway. No.
Should I break out the puppet?
No, please don't here at the moment. Let's get ourselves over to the wide receiver position. Lots to get to here. Got a little bit, just wanted to have a little bit of a sidetrack conversation, try to lighten the mood a little bit with, some making fun of me. That's generally something that works. I don't know. Talk to me about Puka Nacua today, because as you said, is this phrase that you keep using? I'm not sure. Is this the new nomenclature? PPR, what? You were saying scam, PPR scam?
Yeah.
I've never heard that before.
Maybe that's more of a best ball thing. But yeah, a PPR scam is just the guy that can spam PPR points and gets them in a way that maybe almost feels undeserved. By the way, Eric, did you see that super chat that I pulled up? Because that was a pretty funny super chat. People don't know Eric's big, though. Eric is big and he has rage issues. So you got to keep that in mind.
No, I don't. Stop it. No, I don't. I'm fine. I'm getting called Mina Lindquist. This has just gotten gone off the chain. Hit that like button, everybody. 37 minutes left in our show. Just starting the wide receiver position. Okay. Spell my name right. Stop this E-R-I-K crap. This E-R-I-C-K, E-R-I-K crap. It's the number of trolls that are coming in on me from left and right on this show. Why'd you all save it up for week 6? Why can't we spread this out through the first 5 weeks? Everybody was super nice for 5 weeks. And now
See, this is still nice. This is like good-natured ripping, so I think it's good. There was the one guy I got throwing out DEI in the chat. I think that's where we're getting a little bit less good-natured. We're out of the fun side. But this chat's making me laugh. Good job, chat. I hit the like button for you guys today.
You did say I was big, so I appreciate that.
Girthy boy.
Girthy. Puka Nacua, he's girthy. Yeah. I think. I don't know. He can jump really high as well. He's very good at basketball. I've seen that live and in person. Puka Nacua, friends. How do we handle Puka here in this spot? Because as I said before, I'm on the Christian McCaffrey side of things, even though running back technically has a lot more plays. I just think wide receiver is one of those positions where we can find massive separators. And at running back, there's basically McCaffrey, who I think is just sitting on this 35-40 that's sitting waiting in the wings. Not that Rico Dowdle didn't just do it last week either, but I just think Puka Nacua, more of a luxury item for me this week.
Yeah, I mean, look, Puka Nacua, I agree, it feels a little more of a luxury. I mean, in general, in DFS, the rule of thumb would be that a little more volatility at receiver, a little more of a willing to trust the chalk running backs because the volume is there, the projection's there. That's sort of how running backs tend to work. But Puka Nacua, to me, I mean, last year he was doing a similar thing, but he was banged up a lot, so he didn't play the same allotment of routes. But he's playing 53 snaps per game. He's getting targeted 39% of the time he's running a route, resulting in 12.4 targets a game. He's catching 10 of them, 10 and change of them. That's a little bit high, but that's about where he would be relative to a low ADOT receiver who does get PPR scammed a lot of receptions. And the red zone role has been better for him this year. At least he's getting one red zone target a game. That hasn't been the case in previous years. So I still like Puka Nacua a lot. The matchup, everybody knows the Ravens now are not the team of yore. They're bad versus the pass. They're also bad versus the run. So there are definitely different ways the Rams could beat up on them if they do end up beating up on them. But Puka Nacua is just so involved. He's involved when they're ahead. He's involved when they're building a lead. He's involved in close games. He's involved in blowouts. I think he's a really strong play. If you could find a way to play him and McCaffrey, I'm not mad at it, but certainly they'll pivoting from one of those two guys gets you off the beaten path right away of the chalkiest line of constructions that'll be out there.
Jackson Smith and Jigba and Emeka Egbuka, both guys that I'm going to have more than what I've currently got here from the Sims. If I'm trimming down Puka Nacua, you're probably going to expect me to bring both of these guys along for the ride. I talked about Mac Jones, somebody that I do like at the quarterback position. My prime run back, Egbuka. Baker Mayfield, pretty expensive to be combining with Egbuka today. And eventually, I mean, Chris Godwin has not looked right by any means, but he'll get acclimated. It's going to turn on a dime at some point for Chris Godwin, I think, or it just is never coming back and we'll never see it again, which would be a huge bummer too. But how do you feel about Egbuka and Jackson Smith and Jigba, who I think are both phenomenal plays on today's slate?
I prefer JSN between him and Egbuka. Yeah. I mean, the Sims, I think, are also with me on that, so I don't feel too bad about it. I got 21% exposure to JSN, which is a little bit under the field. Only 12.7% Egbuka. Egbuka, I get it. I wonder if Egbuka is going to be chalkier than the 18% projected, because I think people think he's a world beater. And again, like I wasn't big on Egbuka in the pre-draft stuff because you had Chris Godwin there, you had Mike Evans there, you had Jalen McMillan there. These guys have all parted like the Red Sea for Egbuka, and it's worked out really well. But Egbuka's running just a little too hot. People might think this means he's just so great. But for a guy to have a 23% target per out run rate, he's playing a good amount of snaps. So he's commanding 7.8 targets a game. But he's like so hot on touchdowns and contested catches in a way that I don't think hold up. And I'm not trying to like piss on everybody's Cheerios, rain on their parade, whatever expression of fluid coming down you want to use. I think for me, though, Egbuka's just been playing too unsustainably well right now. And I think, too, if you're at this point where he's the one thing that's been working on the offense, maybe it's a week where you see them get a little bit more to Sterling Shepard, a little bit more to Cade Otton, who's still out there a bunch, a little bit more to Tez Johnson, who is a guy that had some juice at Oregon, a little too small, was not a good athlete, but he's played pretty well in the limited sample size he's had. I think there might be an assumption this week that Egbuka is going to absorb everything and go nuts. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure I buy that to be the case, even though I get what people do.
Let's get to this next range of wide receivers. Because again, like Puka, I'm not saying he's a bad play by any means. I think he's much more difficult for me to get to on this specific slate, the way that I'm playing it with as many of these wide receivers that I think just really stand out. But now we get into like tournament lane of the wide receiver position. 6Ks into the high fives. We have so many directions we can go. George Pickens, obviously a game environment that, weather pending, probably going to be a pretty strong spot. Obviously, you saw the Bryce Young exposure I have. I have a little bit more Spencer Rattler because obviously, but Also just disturbing to say those words out loud and actually mean them. Devontae Adams here taking on Baltimore. Brian Thomas, I'm a little surprised by this. Brian Thomas, in our current ownership, is the one guy that is listed at 6K and above who is sub 10%. And Trevor Lawrence is like the highest projected quarterback at a lot of places across the industry right now, Spags. The relationship between him and Trevor Lawrence and what the ownership could end up being, especially in small field, is something I've thought about a lot this weekend, trying to put together like some nice lineups for 3-max, for some single entry. Who are your favorite targets here? And then talk to me specifically about Brian Thomas and how you're handling him, because the Sims are noticeably lower on him. I think it's probably the right path to go, especially if we see this number end up getting steamed up by the public. I think he's the prime guy most people want to play with Trevor Lawrence, but talk to me about your favorite wide receiver options in this range.
Yeah, because I'm not playing a ton of Trevor Lawrence in the first place. I mean, I guess sim-wise, I still got Trevor Lawrence a good amount, but still didn't get a lot of Brian Thomas. So there could be a little bit of a flaw here, but frankly, I just didn't select a lot of Trevor Lawrence anyway, like I mentioned before. So that really wasn't a cause for concern for me. But that's it for Brian Thomas. I would agree. Like, if you want to play Trevor Lawrence, this is your obvious guy to go to here. You're losing Brenton Strange, who was a meaningful target, even though Hunter Long maybe can command targets at a similar rate. He's probably not going to the same extent Brenton Strange got him. So that opens it up a little bit. Travis Hunter had his outlier day last time out, but he's still not getting a ton of meaningful work. And it should be a competitive game. So, like, I don't have an issue with Brian Thomas. The issue, I guess, that I have overall with him is his price point. Jalen Waddle, to me, looks better. Got him in the sim 21%. Ted McMillan, if he's going to have a real outlier game, is one of the spots where it should be at against a Dallas team that's so inefficient against the pass game. And really, to me, even if you don't want to play Bryce Young, like, Ted McMillan should be the one that benefits the most. And sim, too, giving me 47% of them in the top 150. I think that's a real strong play. So a lot of my ownership just comes down to Waddle and Tet in this range. Like I mentioned, I'm not crazy about Diggs. The Sims gave me a little bit more of him. But I think those guys are all just more appealing plays than Brian Thomas. But frankly, you can flatten these guys out and treat them all the same if you're playing all the QBs that are their stack partners. And I think that'd be a more logical way to do it than what the Sims giving, to be honest.
I mean, the reliable target share on Ted McMillan has been ridiculous. 8 to 10 targets basically every single game, every single time out. It feels like Carolina's always in a spot where it's like, oh, this should be an offense that has to push forward and like do some like Arizona. And like they've had some interesting matchups to start off the season. And this Dallas one is no exception with the way that Dallas's defense has appeared through the first couple of weeks. But I will say this, I'm kind of with you when it comes to Ted McMillan getting to him, Jalen Waddle getting to him, and then the Steph Diggs thing. Is there some kind of a relationship that we have as far as like how many times somebody's on the field or then like what their target share is when they are on the field? Because like Stephon Diggs is one of those dudes that like it seems like Drake May is actively targeting every single time that he is out there, but he's not out there a ton right now. And eventually that catches up to you would think.
Yeah, I mean, Diggs, like I mentioned earlier, he's only playing 30 snaps a game, or played 30 snaps last week, which is actually down from the previous weeks. And I think people might see the results that he got because they did go out of their way to feed him the ball, / he got himself open enough to get the ball more against Buffalo in that revenge spot. But the snap count not coming up, I think people might think when they see those results that, oh, he's playing more. And he's not. I also candidly think that his efficiency is a little bit high for what he's doing. So I kind of expect that to downturn if he's not going to get a meaningful increase in snaps. But look, I get that his price point. We saw a meaningful ceiling for him. There aren't a lot of guys at 5,800 who you feel like you can hit that ceiling. But in terms of lineups I selected, like the Sim gave me kind of Diggs, Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen evenly. I prefer McConkey and Keenan Allen if I'm just kind of going through and filtering lineups because there's a meaningful uptick in opportunity for them because of not having Quentin Johnson out there and a really nice matchup too. For Diggs, it's a pretty solid matchup, but he doesn't care about New Orleans. He cared a lot about Buffalo and he got the results he wanted in that game.
Yeah, he did. He sure did. But now he is also expensive on this slate relative to where we've seen Stephon Diggs. On FanDuel, I have no problem playing Stephon Diggs. I mean, it's just, he's 5,900 on FanDuel, Spags. That's criminally low when you talk about 5,800 over on DK for him to only be 100 away. Obviously, you're looking for touchdowns on FanDuel. And when he's out on the field, I think that's where you could maybe have some of those big plays maybe come to fruition a little bit more for you. My big issue with the Diggs piece on today's slate, one, I do think he ends up being pretty popular considering the Drake May ownership too. But number two, we got these Chargers. Ladd McConkey, Keenan Allen playing football today without Quentin Johnston out there, who I think has been the number one. Well, I don't think it shows out in fantasy results. He's been the number one wide receiver from a fantasy perspective here on this football team. They're going to be playing football without him today. And do you think Ladd McConkey takes that step? Because he is definitely the wide receiver that I currently am the most overweight to on the field. Keenan Allen, not terribly far behind, but considering there's only $100 difference, I'll go to the Ladd McConkey side. Do you have a preferred target of the two? And then also how much is too much of these guys?
I mean, I think if you're getting 25, 33% of them, that feels okay. Sim-wise, it seems like a lower mark with Ladd coming in 23% in the top 150. I just got Keenan Allen 13. I prefer Keenan Allen personally. I think that there might be an assumption on the slate that Ladd McConkey, Quentin Johnston being out is going to turn it back to last year for Ladd McConkey. And I think it will help to certainly to just have a guy that's commanding 8 targets a game, 8.2 a game if you want to be accurate to the decimal, 1 red zone target a game, 1.8 deep shots a game. That's going to go away. That said, it doesn't mean it goes to Ladd McConkey. It might go to Trey Harris. It might go to Oronde Gadsden. They might just kind of keep Ladd in the same spot. And Ladd's been really getting hurt the most by Keenan Allen being a very similar player who has success in the same ways that Ladd McConkey has. So I would favor Keenan. I certainly think that you could play them both together. The targets should be as concentrated as they've ever been because the run game is should be awful with Hassan Haskins and with Kamani Vidal, at least relative to what it's been. And then, you have Gadsden as a tight end you could target, but he doesn't feel the most strong. The opportunity is huge for Ladd and Keenan. But I would favor Keenan out of the group because Keenan's been out targeting Ladd. He's been outperforming Ladd. I know people don't want to hear that, but Ladd just hasn't been as good as people thought he was last year because he had all the run of the castle.
Yep, he had the king of the castle. And we got DK Metcalf here. He's a tall, strong, big man as well, just like me, I would say. DK Metcalf, 9.3% exposure, right at the field here on it. As I said before, I think that there's a world where we see him drop down. I see a world where we could see Michael Pittman drop down as well. I really like that the Sims are on him. I like that the Sims have got me on Chris Olave here at 5,100 and some of those stack partners. Talk to me about San Francisco because Juwan Jennings, Kendrick Bourne, that becomes kind of my next favorite kind of combinations. Again, going back to the Mac Jones thing, it's not like I have some crazy amount of Mac Jones, but I'm a little over the field on him. And I just want to talk about the relationship of him and Juwan Jennings. Kendrick Bourne, he was confirmed good in New England alongside Mac Jones, even when Mac Jones was confirmed not good by society. He's looking pretty darn good here for Shanahan, and I really like those doubles. I like bringing Tonges along for the ride a little bit here as well, but who are you looking at in the 5K range? And then also San Francisco specifically, anybody that you prioritize? Because as we get down here, Juwan Jennings doesn't show up as much as what I've got, 18%, but it's still well over the field.
Yeah, Jennings, I got 14% in the sim that I just ran, 11% for the field. I got more when hand selecting lineups because I played some Mac Jones. I also think Jennings at his price point is a really strong play. I know people are going to really be into Kendrick Bourne because he went off, but you have to remember that Jennings wasn't available. Pearsall wasn't available. Jennings was an alpha targeter when they were much better receivers last year, including Debo, whatever you think of him. We're kind of seeing him play a little more what his talent level is in Washington so far this year. When Kittle was available, it was still Jennings getting about a 30% target per out run rate. I think Jennings is a very strong play this week. I think if you're not playing McCaffrey, thinking about that stack more, Bourne plus Jennings, or one of those guys plus Tonges, maybe all three, you can do that kind of stuff. But I like the Jennings situation enough here. He is a guy that I have strong priors on because I was really impressed by how he came on last year as somebody who surely should have been dead to rights with them drafting Pearsall and instead put up some of the best games of his career. Did the same thing in the playoffs when the Niners were playing for something. Now he gets spot versus Tampa Bay defense. It's not very good. So Jennings is my favorite play in the range. I get people wanting to go to Ridley. Cooper Kupp, people are saying the Sim's giving him too much. The logic for that is that you're playing JSN, you're not playing JSN. It makes sense to add Kupp on top of that either way, because if JSN doesn't make your lineup, the production probably flowed somewhere else. There's a pretty decent shot that's Cooper Kupp. If you're playing JSN and Sam Darnold, decent shot the game's hitting, then maybe Cooper Kupp gets going as well. He's a guy that sim-wise is coming up, but not a fun click. I'd rather click Juwan Jennings out of all the guys in this range.
Yeah, Sam Van Dam gave us the $2 super chat. Chris Spags, he's a fantastic co-host because he's able to answer the question without seeing the question, or maybe he saw the question and didn't know about the question, but it doesn't matter. Don't question his ability to answer the question, which is why are the Sims forcing me so much Kupp. 15%, 10%. I get it. It doesn't look great. It doesn't feel great, but he's 4,600. as you brought up, like, yeah, there's a world where you want him instead of a JSN, which sounds insane based on the first 5 weeks, but it's still 5 weeks. I think Cooper Kupp has shown enough in these 5 weeks. Obviously, the big week 2, I believe it was, but like you look at Cooper Kupp now, he's not the same dude, but he is 4,600. So that kind of becomes a dude who's, 89% of the snaps last week, Spags, 89% of the snaps at 4,600 for a guy who should be somewhat involved in the offense.
Yeah, and it's just the DFS of it that JSN has hit enough times, and we have seen, JSN had a floor a couple weeks ago, and it didn't really help out Cooper Kupp that meaningfully. But when you get that right, when it works out that way, it pays out pretty well. Cooper Kupp was in a lot of very high ROI lineups that I saw before the show, in particular, in Darnold stacks, but even some without it. I think that speaks to it, where you don't have to play Cooper Kupp a lot, but if he hits, he does pay off pretty meaningfully because of what he represents.
Are we sleeping on Green Bay wide receivers out of the bye? Matthew Golden, rookies off of the bye. That's been a confirmed narrative the last few years, where gives them a week to acclimate, a week to rest, a week to kind of go through what went well, what went poorly, and then get them more involved in the offense if need be based on how they've played. I think Matthew Golden's a good wide receiver here at 5K, but that leads me into the cheapies of Dontavian Wicks, who I think is probably the most appealing sub 4K guy. There's going to be people who click on Tez Johnson, who he was all right. If this is the same Tez Johnson that I recall from Oregon last year for Tampa Bay here, he's fine. He is nothing flashy. Ryan Flournoy, probably going to get clicked on a number of times coming off of last week. Probably not all that interested. But Tavian Wicks is one of those guys that has had the rapport with Jordan Love. I think this is the best version of Jordan Love that we've seen now already, where last year, people forget week 1 was a disaster. They play in Brazil, nothing went well, and he gets hurt on the last play of the game, and it kind of sent his season into disarray. I think you saw a little bit of a glimpse of what Jordan Love can do against Philadelphia at the tail end of last year, and I think that's more of the Jordan Love that we've seen here to start off the season. Do you have any Green Bay wide receiver interest, and specifically Wicks, Golden, Dobbs? We have so many different options. How do we comb through them here? Because just a lot of mouths to feed in a very consolidated wide receiver. Not consolidated wide receiver room. Everybody's cheap.
I like Wicks as a player. It's hard for me to play Green Bay receivers, even though I do get you're getting a lot of leverage directly on Josh Jacobs' teams if you play the pass game here, and you have a very high total as well. But really, like, Tucker Kraft is kind of as deep as I want to go at receiver, because at least we know he's a concentrated role. And, for Dobbs, you're still talking about split route shares. I mean, he's playing the most with 54 snaps a game, but it's not a full workload compared to some other guys out there, full target opportunity compared to other guys in that price point. Same thing for Matthew Golden. I haven't been big on him. I guess the one case you can make for him is, like Eric mentioned, post-rookie bye week bump is also a thing that always matters a lot when you're thinking about your redraft teams, your best ball teams. It's a thing that we could see come to life here. And the big thing for Matthew Golden is he gets 1 week more without Christian Watson, who's apparently ahead in his recovery, which is the shocker of all shockers. But if he comes back in, like, Matthew Golden's going to lose snaps. So will Wicks. Like, it's going to be even more of a mess. But it's a mess right now. So, like, I think you can go spots of the slate that aren't that. Certainly, if it pays off, you are targeting a game that nobody's really on, and it's a really high team total. The 29.5 implied points for Green Bay is one of the highest we've had this year, and probably will continue to be. So I don't have an issue with it if you have the stomach to potentially lose money on just stacking these guys up and getting 10 points from them. But if you hit it, and you get leverage on Jacobs, you could crush.
Any sub 5K wide receivers that you find yourself prioritizing to round out the position?
I got some shots on Flournoy. Sterling Shepard, I think, makes sense if you're not playing Tez Johnson. Just in case Tez Johnson picks up some steam, he's 3,200. He does make some really nice kind of chalk-heavy lineups work. So I think he might get played a little bit more than he should. The Carolina guys, too, really couldn't force them in enough in the sim, but got a little bit of Leggett, a little bit of Hunter Renfrow for builds where I'm going with Bryce Young, because Tat McMillan will be appropriately owned. Rico Dowdle will be appropriately owned. But Leggett's still getting 7 targets a game. Like, he's getting work. Hunter Renfrow, we've seen spike. If you like Bryce Young enough, you should try to play some different combinations of it. But it's not a great pay down week. Jerry Jeudy, I'll just say his name out loud. Not 3 times, though, so he doesn't come into my room.
But that'd be pretty funny, though. He's a big, strong man as well.
Imagine if he's just like at the game and he just appears at a random adult man's home in Pennsylvania. He'd be really confused too.
Judy? There he is.
But Dylan Gabriel's played so bad that maybe at a certain point he doesn't play quite that bad. If so, Jerry Jeudy and Njoku are probably the first two to benefit. And really, Dylan Gabriel's the only cheap QB that I'm not playing today. So then watch that happen. But yeah, it's not great to pay down this week. It doesn't feel awesome to go super cheap.
No, it doesn't. You can see that kind of expressed by the Sims here. We have a lot of those 4K guys, mid-range guys. So it's kind of everything there. Let's throw this in here. We got Morgan Wiper, $5. If you guys don't know, millionaire extraordinaire. He's posting over on Tails as well, throwing out great DFS advice. If you're not checking it out, you're kind of doing it wrong because I think the guy is extremely sharp. He's obviously put his money where his mouth is and won a lot more money in return, which, is kind of the goal of this entire thing. Morgan Wiper, $5. Let's tie in the last two questions together. You have 4,700 in the flex. Who are you playing heads up? Cooper Kupp or Tucker Kraft? Thank you so much for the super chat. And that's kind of where I want to jump into the tight end position here. Hit that like button if you could for us, because I think there are a lot of great viable tight ends. I think this is a different week. I mean, obviously I've had pretty consolidated tight end numbers, and Trey McBride, I'm playing a ton of on FanDuel. I see the DraftKings FanDuel chat. It's not like I don't, but I try to always touch on the FanDuel stuff. We try to share one site specifically because DraftKings has more interest to it. I'm always going to be throwing in comments about FanDuel because I like to play both sites. I think it's very, very helpful. It's a lot more touchdown centric. I also don't have as many run backs on FanDuel. There's a lot of nuances about how I go about my FanDuel exposure that I don't always have over on DraftKings. But yeah, there's obviously some subtleties about both sites, but Tucker Kraft, 4,700, pulling quite a bit of ownership, but we're under the field in the Sims tool. And that's why I brought up the Green Bay wide receivers here, because I thought it was pretty fascinating. Who would you prefer, Cooper Kupp or Tucker Kraft in the flex position? Because I definitely have a preference.
If you're playing JSN and Darnold, Kupp. If you're not playing JSN, also Kupp. I think it'd just be Kupp for me. I mean, Kraft projects better. But Morgan doesn't need this information really, but I'd probably go Kupp.
Morgan's doing just fine with his information and with the data.
It's all patronizing to ask us this question, but yes.
No, it's okay. It's not patronizing. I know that he means well, except for I've seen comments from Morgan. I see them. Trust me. Anyway, he's a fantastic human being and somebody that you should definitely be checking out over on Tails as he gives you his breakdowns and also talks process, which is I always think it's more interesting than just simply us. Hopefully you hear in the analysis, we're not just going player by player because that's the way that we've always done it. I'm trying to thread in the analysis into game theory, into other sections. And Spags does such a phenomenal job and always has of being able to do the same. And he's throwing in a ton of great analysis that has far more to do with why we might be playing somebody as opposed to not. But Tucker Kraft, obviously the goal line or the red zone role that you're looking at for Tucker Kraft, that's something that's definitely going to matter quite a bit here. But wide receivers have a way of separating in such a big way. Tight ends, there's only so many limited number, as you can see on our screen, 5,500 on the expensive end here. This is not a great 2 tight end week for me just because of the running back position. The wide receiver position can really separate in some of those 4 or 5K ranges, but I think you're going to end up getting this pretty reliable. I mean, I could see a world, Spags, where Tucker Kraft ends up being the highest owned tight end on this slate, and it would not surprise me.
Yeah, I don't think that's crazy. I mean, people like Tucker Kraft, and it's not a great tight end slate. But yeah, I mean, I just think the Cooper Kupp part of it, and to be clear, I'm saying patronizing, he doesn't need our advice because he's crushing it. So if anything, I should be asking Morgan for advice.
Exactly.
With the bullshit I'm doing today. He probably would say, don't play Spencer Rattler.
Maybe the bullshit last week. This week you've been fantastic. So there's that.
But yeah, I mean, I think for me, just Kupp represents a nice little lever for tournaments, whereas Kraft, you're not getting leverage on anything, I guess, maybe besides Josh Jacobs, and I don't know that you need that in that way.
Yeah, someone's begging for a timeout. Somebody's begging to get banned. So there's that. Dylan Miles Faulkner. What a name that is. I've never heard of a douchier Ivy League name in my entire life than Dylan Miles Faulkner. That is for sure. So don't put sure 48 times in a chat. Seems like a good idea. What is happening? A banned user, delete comments. Awesome.
Yeah,
go
get him. I told him not to mess with you, and you're big, you got rage issues, and you're fast clicking a ban button.
Just so upset. Let's go to tight end and run through the rest of these options. Trey McBride talked about it on FanDuel. Once again, I think it's a little bit more accessible, easier to get to. $5,500, not a luxury item by any means, but with some of the other positions, other spots, I'm finding myself onto a lot of Tyler Warren. I've said this since week one. I love Tyler Warren. I think he is special. He is a very good football player. And, sometimes you just need to fall into the right environment. And Daniel Jones, maybe a little bit of a Kevin O'Connell rehab at the tail end of last year, did him some good. But boy, Tyler Warren, I think, does you even more good with what he's capable of doing on a football field. Maybe going to get goal line carries. Is that like a real thing that we're going to be seeing going forward, Spags? Because I couldn't believe when I saw two of those. Was it last week, 2 weeks ago? Doesn't matter. Tyler Warren, my highest owned tight end. Is he yours?
Yeah, I got him a good amount. Sim-wise, he's coming up 24% in the top 150, so 2x the field. Juwan Johnson, a similar amount as well, and because of the Rattler amount that I got, I do have a good amount of Juwan Johnson today. It's not a great tight end slate. I paid down a little bit for some guys, like Michael Mayer, Hunter Long a little bit as well. Jake Ferguson, I think, is a little bit slept on this week. I'm actually curious to see what his ownership is because he crushed so huge last week, and I think the matchup should fit him pretty well. Very zone-heavy matchup, and that's where he's been the best. That said, it seems like maybe people not chasing it as much with the price coming up to 5,300. If he's going to be 10% owned, I got about 2x that. But tight end to me, it's not a super interesting tight end week. I just kind of got different guys in stacks for the most part. Got Trey McBride, some with Brissett, some without. But really, it's hard to afford McBride on the slate. And that's why kind of Tyler Warren works a little bit better, being $600 cheaper. But I think it's very plausible to me. And a lot of my lineups did build, like, need to get some savings at tight end. And maybe that makes me chalky, and maybe that's what the field will do more than it seems.
Maybe Darren Waller gets steamed up again. Back-to-back weeks, man. He's gone completely nutty. And last week, he was the most surprising piece of ownership I saw on the slate by far. I think the price tag probably keeps his ownership somewhat at bay here, but Sims got us underneath. I'm all right with that. Jake Tongus, I keep bringing him up constantly, but that's San Francisco. There's a world where Juwan Jennings is not 100%. I think that world is actually probably the world that he's living in today. I think getting an opportunity to get to him, getting to a little bit of Cade Otton, who just seems underneath. It's ironic because I've only got 1.3% exposure, but there were some top 20, top 50 lineups I was running earlier in the week that would constantly have Cade Otton rolling in. So much news has happened since then, so I don't want to compare apples to apples, but the one cheapie we know is going to pull some ownership is Michael Mayer. You have no Brock Bowers out there. Sounds like he's going to be out next week as well. How do you feel about Michael Myers specifically if you're trying to punt at tight end?
I think Myers is it Meyer or Mayer? I feel like I hear people say Meyer. In my brain, it's Mayer, and I don't know which it actually is.
Michael Myers is the Halloween killer.
I would play him, man. He would. That guy, you could not tackle him. He'd just keep going. So I think that'd be a great play. Sharp play. 30.
Literally sharp.
$3,100 Michael Mayer seems pretty solid. I don't really have an issue with him, but I don't think he's a priority play. He should be your cash game tight end, I think, based on industry projections, or should be at least one of them that's considered. He and Hunter Long, I think, really, in terms of the cheap guys, are the ones that I find the most appealing. But Mayer, Juwan Johnson, Hunter Henry, and Drake May stacks. Some of my preferred plays. Tongus, I couldn't really get to. Just feel like the projection, especially the industry-wide projection, not quite high enough. And I agree with your take that, like, I think people might play Bourne a little bit more than they should. I'm playing Juwan Jennings. I know more than I should. So certainly if those guys don't hit, higher probability of Tongus, who's been rock solid, a little touchdown heavy, perhaps compared to the results you'd expect from him. But definitely has been rock solid filling in for Kittle. So not a bad play. And frankly, Waller, even though he's 4K, like, he's getting targeted the same way that we saw Jonnu Smith get targeted last year and spiking in similar ways. And his route count and snap count just keeps going up every week because he's getting theoretically healthier. I don't have an issue with Waller if you want to play him, but I get why data-wise we're not getting there as much because it's a little bit of a thin needle to thread for him at this point with how much he's been playing versus the results he's gotten.
Travarius Ward suffered concussion running into a tight end during pregame warmups. All I'm hoping about... This is obviously that's a bummer for Ward there, but just wanted to make sure it wasn't Tyler Warren. Considering they just said a tight end, I'm assuming it's like whatever the equivalent of Granson is now on the Indianapolis Colts. I don't think about it all that much these days. I know Granson's now with Philadelphia, but that was the example where it's like, oh, Mo Alley Cox got ran into. Whoop-de-doo. It doesn't matter. But as long as it's not Tyler Warren, I think, this news source would probably let us know that as we were finishing out this show. We'll throw one more tight end out for the people because I'm playing him in a 3-max that I think is kind of at least interesting. When you have the absence of a Quentin Johnston, there's more target share to go around. Gadsden, he has played 48 and 54% of the snaps the last 2 weeks. It's starting to ramp up. He had played 26%. Jim Harbaugh had said he'd earn more opportunities. I don't love just punting with a dude who's only going to be on the field probably like half the time is what you're projecting for, but overall, there's more to go around there. I don't mind a super cheapie attached to Justin Herbert along with one of Allen, and I don't really hate the idea of QB3 there. If Justin Herbert goes Super Saiyan, I'd be all right with that. But anything else at tight end before we talk defense, everybody's favorite?
Yeah, I got a little Tommy Tremble too, which I feel like I have to disclose like a campaign contribution. But I just want to say, because I played enough Bryce Young, got some Tommy Tremble with that, and I just want to say his name out loud because when I win all the money with Tommy Tremble, I don't want you guys to go, this guy never mentioned Tommy Tremble. But there you go, Tommy Tremble.
Tommy Tremble. It sounds like it's like one of those geisha songs. It sounds like his name would be something said in like a Quentin Tarantino dance sequence, like Tommy Tremble. No,
I don't know where your brain is going with this, but you're meeting Kimes on the brain.
God, we're almost done with the show, dude. Don't do that now. Not in 6 minutes. I can't deal with that again. I really can't. Defense. All right. Cool. Well, fuck, man. You're killing me. Dolphins, Browns, Saints, Steelers, Titans. Those are the 5 defenses. I'm so spread out at defense today. That's kind of what the Sims have been doing. I will say this too. Sims have been insane this year at kind of like going way overweight to a defense that ends up absolutely Hulk slamming, or just simply spraying, praying, hoping the defense isn't going to necessarily kill us. And well, it's the spray and pray version today. We don't have any 50, 40% defenses like we've seen with like the 2,200 New Orleans Saints last week. But lots of interesting pieces, and the $2,200 team in the Dolphins is the one the Sims continue to push the most here against the Chargers. Who do you like the most at DST to round out our program?
The Dolphins' awful defense, and man, they make a lot of lineups work well. They come out graded out well across the industry. So they really do seem like, was it last week, the Saints, where it's like, wow, so much Saints. And in reality, they ended up being a must have. I don't know if the Dolphins are anywhere as good as the Saints team. That's not to say they're good. They're just at least league average. Dolphins are not that. But the offensive line's not great. Dolphins can get there. And it's funny because like people today, I'm sure, especially the casual players, like won't play the Chargers. They'll go, the O-line sucks so bad, but they still won't play the Dolphins D. Try to get some money off the Dolphins D in lineups where you're not playing Chargers stacks or Chargers receivers. Besides that, it was also pretty flat for me. Got some Titans, got some Saints. I did pay up for Packers a little bit more in the sim, gave me in some of my hand-built lineups, my single lineup sim stuff I did. I think the Packers D, just going against Joe Flacco, if I'm not playing Flacco, and some lineups wanted to get some Packers D in there because they have been good, and Flacco's going to drop back 45, 50 times today. But yeah, really not a strong defense week. The Dolphins, to me, just the thesis of the Dolphins play feels very similar to the thesis of the Saints play last week.
Throw your rapid fire questions. And I always liked doing this. I didn't do it last year for whatever reason. I'm not sure if there was a reason or I was told not to. I don't believe so. I've never really been told not to do anything on this show because everything I do is correct. Trippy A, Haskins RB, worth it, Spags?
It's a little expensive for the price tag. To me, I think the best case you're getting from Haskins is like your Gus Edwards best case scenario last year, which was not very good. But you know, like you can play him. He and Vidal, you want to take a shot, and either you can. I'm not personally doing it.
Flournoy, yay or nay, Joaquin Phoenix style?
Thumbs in the middle. He's got similar opportunity last week, but Pickens will be better. So I'd say nay, mostly.
Okay. Sounds good. Defense is a throwaway position. I look for don't do that. Hit the like button. It's only polite. I 100% agree with that one. That's the best one we've had so far from anything else. Vidal or any other running back from the Chargers. I really can't do it today. I really, really, really can't do it. And I'm always looking for a reason. We saw Michael Carter, Bam Knight. Like none of this is appealing to me at the cheap end on running back. Too many good plays.
I agree.
Okay, this is the dumbest comment I've ever seen. You're obviously lying. I would hope. Justin Herbert out. That'd be the most ridiculous thing ever, and I would be in shambles right now if that were actually true. But my guess is that you're just a troll and a liar and an actor. So get the fuck out. Let's see. I'm cooked with 80% Genty and 150 backs. Yeah, probably.
But that's insane. Why? Why would you do that?
That's the question. Is probably why, other than like, your risk tolerance is very, very high to just burn stuff on fire. The people demand Puppet Lindy in Club Lindy.
The hottest club in New York City. Mina Kimes showing up on the red carpet. Me fist bumping. You got angry big guys left and right. It's Puppet Lindy, Club Lindy, wide open for anybody to come right in. It's a little Stefan mix with Puppet Lindy.
The hottest club in New York. A little bit of that. A lot of people, 99% of people probably, I don't know. SNL's popular enough. I think
it's definitely, you combine two things. That's almost like a dated reference now because Bill Hader has been on SNL for like a decade. So I
don't know. I loved the reference that you threw in there for the people. They don't even know how special you are, but they could find out over at Splash Play over on YouTube's. Please, please, please. If you can do one thing for me today, other than hitting that like button, of course, go follow Chris Spags over at Splash Play Pod on YouTube. You need to do it, especially before the NBA season, because that is a show that I generally get to tune into because it works out well in my day in the afternoons. Gets me kind of a nice, it's kind of a nice working thing as I get some of my NBA threads together, as I get some of my bets down. So please be checking that out. But Chris Spags, tell people more about that. Anything else you want to throw in for the people as we get out of here?
Check out my @SplashPlay pod channel. I'll also have some NBA content coming up soon as well, both on Stokastic and on my own channels. Tomorrow I'll do a showdown video, 12 p.m. on the @SplashPlay pod channel, digging into stuff before I touch on stuff with Loughy, and it makes me rethink things on stream for. Actually, it's not showdown; it's a doubleheader tomorrow, and Jaden Daniels versus Caleb Williams. That's gonna be that tickles all of my tasty bits.
Man, these USC guys are weird. That's for sure. He's Chris Spags. Go give him a follow. I'm at Eric Lindquist. You can see me as well. Don't forget NFL Live Before Lock coming on this evening for you here. Yo, Pally Mac. I'll be tuning in. You should be too. Till next time, friends. Week 6. This show's in the books. Let's go watch some football, friends. Best of luck in the NFL streets today.